A very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ News Update on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. The federal government has indicated plans to sell Nigeria's 4 state refineries as part of broader reforms to attract investment, improve operational efficiency, and enhance competition in the downstream oil sector. Special advisor to the President on Energy, Onu Verigin, revealed this during an interview with a media station at the Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference, noting that the sale remains one of the several options under consideration by the Tinubu administration. She explained that refineries long sustained by subsidies and plagued by inefficiency would only be sold if the right technical and financial partners are identified, adding that subsidy removal has eliminated past market distortion that discouraged private participation. Verigin stressed that the government's new market-driven energy policy aims to restore transparency and commercial viability, ensuring that both public and private refineries operate on equal footing. The move aligns with NNPC's ongoing search for equity partners to manage its refineries in line with international best practices. Analysts say the proposed sale could end decades of government mismanagement and foster real competition with the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery, which already dominates local refinery capacity. Beyond divestment, Verigin confirmed that the government is still pursuing plans to list NNPC on the stock exchange through an eventual initial public offering, a step seen as crucial to building a transparent, profit-driven national energy company. The Senate has received an interim report of its other committee investigating crude oil theft in the Niger Delta, revealing that Nigeria may have lost over $300 billion in unaccounted crude proceeds due to entrenched collusion, poor oversight, and sabotage within the petroleum sector. Committee Chairman Senator Ned Nwoko, representing Delta North, said the probe exposed systemic irregularities, weak enforcement, and poor measurement standards across production and export chains, urging strict adoption of international crude measurement practices by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. The report further called for the use of drones and advanced surveillance technology to monitor pipelines, creation of maritime trust fund, and establishment of special courts to fast-track oil theft prosecution. While lawmakers commended the findings, debate ensued over the Senate's authority to recover stolen funds. Senators Abdul Ningi and Solomon Adiola argued that the task should fall to the executive agencies such as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, with the legislature focusing on oversight and tracing. Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the estimated $300 billion loss as staggering, emphasizing that accountability in the oil sector is essential to restoring fiscal stability. The Senate adopted the interim report and directed the committee to present a final submission detailing specific actors, companies, and recovery pathways. Now, Nigeria has achieved a landmark milestone by successfully pricing $2.35 billion in Eurobonds maturing in 2036 and 2046, the largest ever order book in its history, underscoring strong investor confidence in the country's fiscal reforms and economic management. The 10-year bond, worth $1.25 billion and maturing in 2036, will pay investors an annual interest rate of 8.63%, while the 20-year $1.10 billion bond due in 2046 carries a slightly higher rate of 9.13%. According to Debt Management Office, DMO, the transaction drew over $13 billion in orders from global investors across Europe, North America, Asia, and the Middle East, alongside significant participation from Nigerian investors, reflecting local confidence in the government's reform-driven agenda. President Bola Tinubu hailed the record subscription as a reaffirmation of Nigeria's credibility in the global capital market, noting that proceeds will help fund the 2025 fiscal deficit and other key development priorities. Finance Minister Wale Edu and DMO Director General, Patience Oniha, described the success as a strategic step in diversifying Nigeria's funding sources and supporting sustainable long-term economic growth. The Eurobonds will be listed on the London Stock Exchange, FMDQ Securities Exchange, and the Nigeria Exchange Limited, enhancing Nigeria's visibility, liquidity, and presence in international financial markets. Nigerian foods and beverage import rose sharply by 44.48% to 677.3 billion naira in the first half of 2025, up from 468.76 billion naira in the same period last year, according to the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS). The surge, driven largely by primary food imports for household use, has reignited concerns over the nation's growing dependence on foreign products despite ongoing reforms aimed at boosting local output. Industry leaders blame weak domestic production, insecurity, inconsistent agricultural policies, and poor trust in local products for trend, warning that such dependency poses a long-term threat to food security and foreign exchange stability. Stakeholders from the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria and the Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise called for stronger government intervention to improve funding, mechanization, and storage infrastructure. They emphasized that insecurity and outdated farming technology continue to cripple productivity, while policy inconsistencies erode investor confidence. Despite the federal government's emergency measures on food security and temporary import waivers, experts insist that without sustained investment in local value chains and agricultural competitiveness, Nigeria's import bill will keep rising, deepening economic vulnerability. United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on Wednesday announced a 10% reduction in flights across 40 major airports, citing mounting air traffic control safety concerns as the government shutdown entered its 36th day, the longest in the nation's history. The directive, expected to affect the country's busiest hubs, including New York, Washington, Chicago, and Los Angeles, could cancel up to 1,800 flights and 268,000 passenger seats. Duffy said the measure, aimed at relieving exhausted air traffic controllers working without pay, could be reversed if Democrats agree to reopen the government. The shutdown has already delayed tens of thousands of flights and forced 63,000 aviation and security personnel to continue working under extreme strain. The Federal Aviation Administration (FAA) plans to phase in the reduction from 4% this week to 10% next week, while exempting international routes. Major airlines, including United American and Southwest, scrambled to adjust schedules and assure passengers of flexible refund options. FAA Administrator Brian Bedford stressed that the cuts were necessary to keep the airspace safe amid severe staffing shortages. Airline unions and industry analysts condemned the situation as a political standoff, endangering both workers and travelers. As pressure mounts on Congress to end the funding impasse, aviation experts warn that extended disruption could dampen consumer confidence and push the U.S. air travel system towards a full-scale crisis. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Please stay with us.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted to leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today. Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Rebranding.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
It's a beautiful morning right here in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. This is your authoritative window into the forces shaping Nigeria's and the world's evolving economic realities. Today, we will explore the intersections of policy, enterprise, investment, and innovation, analyzing how they drive development and how they influence our markets and redefine the national competitiveness from the oil fields of the Niger Delta to the global boardrooms, from trade corridors to emerging tech hubs. We'll bring you thought-provoking analysis on the stories behind the numbers. We don't just report the news. We interpret the trends that matter for business leaders, policymakers, and the investment public. That includes you and me. I'm Priya Krumale. Welcome to the program once again. There's a lady beside me. She's swift, she's adhering to, and she's not a rookie. She's not a newcomer to you. Good morning to you, Swift.
Good morning, Priya. It's nice to see you. I've been watching a lot of detective movies. The word rookie. There's this particular series called The Rookie.
Okay.
Very nice. He was mature. He was about, I think, 30s. Instead, no, he was already 40s because he had a teenage daughter, and he decided to join the police force in America. And of course,
at that age.
So he was older than every other person. He was a rookie, but he was older, and he kept acing it because he had better people's relations. So maybe when there's a drug dealer, instead of going in there gun blazing, he will sit down and have a conversation with, because he's an old man, he's an OG. So when they see him, they could relate better. And even though he was older than everybody else, he kept doing better than the younger guys out of experience. You know what they say about experience. But it's nice to see you today again.
Nice
They have been having meetings in, the red chamber, blue chamber. It's nice to have you here.
The red chamber, blue chamber. I would like to be there.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. Like I always tell you, they tell you that among 5 fools, if you're a friend to 5 fools, then you are the 6th. And also, if you're a friend to 5 billionaires, then you're the 5th, or you are the 6th. And so basically on SPL today, we try and enlighten you. We teach you what is trending. And of course, we have conversations which we expect you to also interact. So if you want to be a billionaire, you want to be one of the wise ones, then you need to stick with us. Of course, please feel free to drop your comments and let us know how you feel about every topic we have dissected or discussed so that we can throw more light on it. Yes. So
yes, that's it. Thank you. And please do not forget to join us on the conversation on YouTube and all other social media platforms where you can make comments and we can look at your comment, give it a thought, and dissect it. In the course of the program, we will be joined by Ayanuba Oluwagbenga Paul, who will give his own analysis and his own views concerning the stories we'll be looking at today. And talking about the stories we'll be looking at today, let me intimate you further. First, the Nigerian Senate's probe into crude oil theft has uncovered widespread corruption and institutional negligence that may have cost the country over 300 billion naira in lost revenue. The committee, chaired by Senator Ned Nwoko, identified collusion among officials, poor material metering systems, and weak enforcement as major enablers of theft and export fraud. Secondly, we will focus on the federal government, where the government is considering selling its 4 state-owned refineries to private investors. I know in your mind you will say, oh, we know that has been in the news for almost every year and probably almost every quarter of the year. Well, the plan disclosed by Presidential Energy Advisor Olu Varajan is part of Tinubu's administration's energy reform drive aimed at ending inefficiency, reducing subsidy dependence, and stimulating private sector participation. Our third story will still be on oil. Oando PLC, one of Nigeria's leading energy firms, has suspended petrol imports following increased domestic supply from Dangote refinery. This shift has reshaped the downstream sector, leading to reduced trading revenues, but a stronger push for local refining and self-sufficiency. Our fourth story borders on Mr. Adeyemi Bero, OPEC's board chairman and chief executive officer of First E&P, has advised Nigerian oil producers to prioritize local refining rather than crude exports. He argued that refining within Nigeria will enhance value retention, industrial growth, and sustainable economic development. Then we'll move on to our fifth story. We will espouse you with our Port Harcourt 2 Customs Command recorded a historic 76 billion naira in revenue for October 2025, its highest monthly performance ever. You know why I'm laughing? Because just recently, one of the southwestern states itself recorded its highest monthly income. It seems to be a competition among the command. Well, that's a good drive. The achievement is attributed to improved leadership, stakeholders collaboration, and operational reforms. Then we will now move on to other political matters where, despite global political tensions, Nigeria successfully raised $2.25 billion from an oversubscribed Eurobond issuance, attracting over $9.1 billion in investor bids. The strong investor response reflects renewed confidence in Nigeria's fiscal and structural reforms. And finally, we go to the United States, where its administration under Donald Trump has revoked over 80,000 non-migrant visas since assuming office, citing legal and security violations. The move forms part of a broader immigration clampdown. We will touch all these before our time is up today, and we will return in a moment to stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome once again to the show, and now we jump into the business of the day. The Nigerian Senate on Wednesday received an interim report from its ad hoc committee probing crude oil theft in the Niger Delta, raising alarm over the possible loss of more than 300 billion naira in unaccounted oil proceeds due to widespread collusion, poor oversight, and sabotage. The committee, led by Senator Ned Nwoko from Delta North, was inaugurated to investigate crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, and export fraud, as well as regulatory and security failures that have consistently undermined Nigeria's oil output and OPEC quota compliance. Presenting its findings, Nwoko said the committee uncovered deep-rooted irregularities, including unreliable measurement systems, compromised enforcement, and lack of accountability across the value chain. He warned that continued sabotage would not only erode revenue, but also threaten national security and investor confidence. The Senate is expected to consider further legislative action upon receiving the committee's final report. So the committee is not done with this report yet. They are still in the middle of it. However, they made fit to feed the Senate on how things are panning out and how it needs to be taken care of, and some of the revelations that has been coming, and how the Senate will need to put its house together and probably maybe request the appearance of Mr. Bayo Ojulari and some of his...
Your cousin.
However, but one thing that should be noted is this, concerning oil. When we look at that specific report, it talked about a fraudulent measuring systems that does not align. That means this is the same argument most Nigerians are pushing, and that's why they are quite suspicious that, look, how many barrels do we produce? How many do we refine? Specific data that will lead to specific numbers.
Bam.
It's not, they felt it's not being produced, it's not being released. And even if it is being released, from what we saw from Senator Moko's report, it looks as if it has been doctored. So there are other attending issues as well. The sabotage, the pipelines, and all others. So I'm going to even look at Tantita. We are going to even maybe bring Tantita into the whole process. However, how can we make this right?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, please go on.
Have you landed?
Yes.
First of all, you know what you were talking about. You know that according to OPEC, each country, especially Nigeria, is supposed to be able to produce 1.5 million BPD. Now we are not even scratching the surface.
No,
of
we've
that.
passed OPEC's quota,
Okay.
if that's the case, because as it is currently, we are doing 1.6, 1.7 million barrels per day.
Now, the 1.6, 1.5 we are doing from OPEC. By the time you find out from this investigation, by the time, when they are saying numbers are not meeting, by the time International or ANDO drops the numbers they have got out, and what NNPC is saying, there's a far cry. By the time other local, refineries drop, there's a far cry from what NNPC is saying. NNPC keeps, bringing one reason why the federal government is still in debt, why they still owe some things. When all of this, if everything put together is supposed to cover, is supposed to be good. But I want to digress a bit. I wanted to ask, suddenly this report is coming out. Ned Nwoko is heading this committee, and he's suddenly suffering international crisis in his home. Is there a gameplay here? It's just a question.
He's in the international crisis?
Oh, no, what I mean is, in his house, his wife has left. She's saying a lot of horrible things about him. A couple of people are coming out to damage his character. And
that's different.
I'm just telling you. Now, this man is heading this committee to investigate what is going on in oil and gas and their flaws. They are looking at sabotage, they are looking at mismanagement, they are looking at misappropriation of data. They are saying what you are telling us that is coming out is not what is coming out, because if we calculate what other oil producing companies are saying, this is what they have given. There's a far cry from what NNPC is giving as a total number that is being produced daily, yearly, whatever, and suddenly his character is getting character assassination. I'm just asking, is there a link? Well, let's move on from that. It's just a question I want to ask Nigerians so that we are very careful. The next thing we are going to talk about is how important is this for us as a country? First, we have to look for accountability, because the Senate sitting on this would now make everybody start to put their eyes on what is really happening in the oil and gas sector, whether the local producing or the international production level. And so this is important, and this will get towards transparency, because for a long time there has been no transparency when it comes to production. Also, this is supposed to form a policy so that we can have some reforms on the already existing policy. There was a time we were talking about the importance of digitalization when it comes to our mainstream and mainstream and forgotten what they call it again. And
the midstream and downstream.
Downstream. We're talking about the importance of accountability going digital. That it's high time somebody stops saying, oh, I think it's 10 BDP that was produced. It's high time data will tell you, look, this is what's estimated, this is the precise figure, this is the precise amount. That one is very important, because from this we can now put our hands on revenue that the country is collecting. As much as the budget has been leaning towards, it's trying to lean slightly away from oil, we still need to ensure that whatever is coming from petroleum products or our petroleum products is critical, because that's still going to make the economy, and that's still going to stop us from borrowing and all that. Now, we cannot run away from the national security issues in the Niger Delta when it comes to pipeline vandalization, when it comes to illegal bomb-free, you said they were supposed to call the petroleum minister and actually sit him down, because he has been telling us that they have been able to curb. He's been giving us a very good front that most of
from a large perspective and large point of view, we're seeing that oil bunkering has been brought down to the barest minimum.
But from this
because
report,
it has not been consistent, it has not been rampant the way it was.
Yes.
And we shouldn't, there's something I'm looking at.
Yes.
And there are things that Nigerians most of the time will say there are some issues that we shouldn't play politics with, but I'm sorry, there's nothing that can, completely, in governance of a country, most especially with talking about the resources that are going to be used to manage the affairs of the country. Politics cannot completely be out of it. However, politics is not where we're dwelling on. We're dwelling on what we currently have and what we should be getting. From the estimation that we are told from this finding is that what we have lost so far is almost equal, or should be around about 300 billion naira. 300, it's a huge amount, but I'm not going to stay with that figure. Tantita, on its own part, even when it was established and when it was being sustained to protect the pipelines in that part of town, we've seen it gone to work to the extent that pipeline vandalism went down. It didn't, frequent the news the way we used to see it.
And because maybe someone is making but it is also...
That was, just a moment, that was before the previous administration completely left office.
Agree with you.
So if that had happened, we had make progress in that aspect. We've seen instances even when Tentita was fighting, state actors were carrying out non-state actor sabotage activities that were caught on the high sea, on uniform by the same Tantita that were ferrying away Nigerian crude.
We agree with you, Pri. Yes.
So if we look at that,
we are not undermining,
and I don't want to even start referencing,
yes.
I don't want to even start referencing what Oshomole said about oil pipelines and including vandalism and
military officers
getting involved, and
from some certain states being covered and some certain states being opened up.
I don't want to go into that. So if the government is if there's going to be a strong will either from the previous administration, the current administration, or subsequent administration in tackling this act of ferrying Nigerian resources away so that we can get value for what we are producing, then it will also need to look inward and bring to book any suspicion of anyone found to be in the corridors of power who might be having their hands in this manner.
Nobody is at everything you are saying. We are still in the same line. What I am raising is with the Tantita, with the reforms, there is still a 300 billion oil on proceeds unaccounted for. Now this is 300 billion we can track. That means that this 300 billion was documented. There are some that are not documented.
No. I think they were just giving an,
an
estimation.
That's what
they
are
were not
saying. It is literally
300 billion.
What they are trying to say.
It amounts
yes,
to
what they are
300
trying to say.
billion.
And remember, part of the documentation said sabotage, intentional, like data loss.
Yes.
Meaning that there was a time it was captured. That's what they are trying to tell us.
Okay.
If it's data loss, it was captured.
No, not data loss. Like the system with which that we're supposed to deploy to produce those data were, tampered with. So if you're talking about data loss, then that means the data was already captured and it was blotted out of the system, and that is not what the report said.
Sorry,
however, once we're trying to bring that, we already have Benga.
Yes, we have Benga. Please greet Benga. Then let me
okay.
quote. Yes. Benga, good morning.
Okay, good morning to you, Benga. Uluwak Benga Yanuba is online. Welcome to the program.
Good morning to you.
Yes.
Good morning to you. Thanks for having me.
Good morning.
Yes. Yes, so we are talking about this report that the committee that Senator Ned Nwoko, has been, commissioned to look at with regards to oil bunkering, oil and gas, and how we've been making losses that might be up to the tune of 300 billion naira. And there were lots of items that were put out, some of the activities and the menace that would have resulted to that. Data is part of it.
Eroded revenue.
Nigerians, just a moment. Nigerians are not, Nigerians are, pipeline vandalism is part of it, and other menace and antisocial activities that must have resorted to us losing monies that could be up to that amount. And we are trying to interrogate the matter and the responsibility of the government, well, not leaving the government out of it also. So please, if you can share your perspective.
Well, I've been following the argument since for a while now, but the fact, like Chief said earlier on, is that the 300 billion is the one that they can track, but the money that they can track is way more than that. There was a time, I think, the beginning of Buhari's tenure towards Jonathan's tenure, when Mr. Femi Falana SAN instituted a class action against the federal government on this issue of crude oil theft and under-reportage of crude oil that were transported out of the country to the tune of $20 billion. So if you convert $20 billion at any time to Naira, it is way more than that $3 billion. Because if we even say, okay, it was during Jonathan's time when dollar was around 198 Naira. When dollar was 198 Naira, you will still see that it is more than 300 billion Naira. And so that case, despite all effort by Mr. Femi Falana, it has not been, nothing has been done about it by the federal government. And how did Femi Falana get this information? So I think, when crude oil tankers leave Nigeria, they will declare the amount of oil they took out of Nigeria. When they reach their port of destination, they will declare the amount of oil that they are delivering at their port of destination. So a crude oil tanker will say, I've taken 30 metric tons out from Nigeria, for example, and then we'll get to port of delivery in the US or in Brussels or anywhere, and we'll say, I am delivering 300 metric tons. So you begin to wonder where did they get 270 extra metric tons when the ship did not declare in its manifest that along the way, maybe after I left Nigeria, I went to take another 100 metric ton
Delivery.
from Gabon. I went to maybe Ghana or Equatorial Guinea, for example. There is nothing like that on the manifest. The manifest says I left Nigerian ports and now I'm in a port in maybe Portsmouth or Liverpool or Brussels or anywhere else. Yeah, and you are delivering 200 and 300 metric tons. So where did the 270 metric ton came from? And by the time they calculated all that money that Nigerian government has lost, it amounted at that time to well over $20 billion. And you see, so this new expose is not really new. And that is why until we sell everything uh, and privatize it in the oil and gas sector, we are only deceiving ourselves. Other nations that have been able to protect their oil and gas assets and it's in the hands of government, go and check many of those nations that are not as powerful as US, where they have all the power and whatever to monitor their production and everything. You see that most of the Arabian nations where crude oil accountability is solid, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, you will see that most of these nations are usually monolingual and sometimes, most of the time, monoreligious. So, which means even if they have a few ethnic groups, like the United States have 7 different ethnic groups that make up the 7 different emirates, you know, but they are all monolingual and most of the time monoethnic. So their voice can be won when they say we want to do this thing. It is in Nigeria that now that Medinoko is out, before you know it, some people will say because it's from the Niger Delta and they are trying to remove the hands of those maybe from the northwest or northeast who are oil block owners or the major player in the oil industry, that it is a tribal attack on the business of those people, or maybe a tribal attack on the business of Southwesterners whose hand might be caught in the cookie jar in the course of the investigation. Or even within the South themselves, they will say, oh, maybe because it's a Delta Igbo, that's why he's attacking the Joy Shekiri Urobo and all the whatnot. And you know, all these arguments usually find a way of gaining traction and watering down the crux of the matter itself. And you see, all of our hands are not clean because the civil servant, you know, people pay as much as 30, 40 million to get a job that pays maybe 300,000, 400,000 naira a month, or even at most maybe 700,000, 800,000 naira a month in those oil industry. Why are they paying 30 million? They are paying 30 million specifically posted to certain areas because they know that when they are posted to that certain areas on a weekend, sometimes they can go home with as much as 10,000.
All right.
You know, at the end of the day, doing nothing because the money they made are supposed to go into government coffers, but it's going into private hands. Some of them civil servants, some of them military officers, some of them, and there are plethora of evidence. We've spoken about the expose by the former APC national chairman Adams Oshiomhole, and also this one coming from the stable of Nedinwoko, the one I've spoken about from the stable of Femi Falana, and so many other reportage and investigations that are taking place over time. But you see, the culprits are known to the government. Yet, because some culprits are seen to be more powerful than the state itself. I mean, there was a time they almost blew Santita.
Yes, there are other stories that still borders on oil and gas. And I know your analysis might still cover some of those aspects. So let me quickly bring that story up so we continue the conversation on it. Yes, thank you. And this specific story borders on the federal government, you know, announcing its willingness to sell Nigeria's state-owned refineries as part of broader efforts to report petroleum downstream sector and stimulate private sector investment. Special advisor to the president on energy, Oluvarjan, revealed that during an interview with Bloomberg TV, Joanna Barsech at the Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference. She said that relinquishing government control of the refineries operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is one of several policy options being considered by the Tinubu government. Oluvarjan noted that the private sector participation is key to improving efficiency, increasing competitiveness, and unlocking value in the sector. Analysts view the move as a bold step toward ending decades of inefficiency in Nigeria's refining system and reducing the country's reliance on imported petroleum products. The development aligns with President Bola Tinubu's reformist push to position Nigeria's oil and gas industry for sustainable growth. So now, Oluwabenga, we are talking about the sale, the possible sale of these refineries. So I know you were doing your analysis before I butted in there. So please kindly continue with your thought by also putting into consideration the possible sale of the Nigerian refineries.
Despite having
Go on. Oh,
hello.
I see.
Okay. I hope our beautiful network isn't hanging. Yes. And so what we're talking about, the possible sale. Now, there's a school of thought that claims that there are some legal bindings for the federal government that they are unable to sell the refineries. A former president of Nigeria has also come out, and I've learned to respect him a lot when he said that these refineries cannot be sold. I don't know. Let's get back to Benga, then we'll continue on this.
Okay, so Benga, you were trying to put out your perspective regard to the sales, the possible sales of our refineries. Yeah, okay. I think the network...
I hope rain isn't falling somewhere.
Okay, so,
yes. So, if that school of thought is true, because when the Tinubu administration came in, they talked about privatization in the first year, and later we saw it calm down, it simmered down. The energy they were first talking about, then they said, okay, let's revive the refineries. This same president came out, former president came out and said that the refineries would never work. He said no matter what they put into it. He was quoted on national television saying that.
Did he give a reason for that?
I can't remember the reasons, but he just...
But he can't just make such statements without
and so a lot of Nigerians came for him and said, look, he's talking trash. And we know how much the administration put into the revamping of the refineries, the revitalization and all that. And we're so excited that, look, with the 3 refineries working, Dangote refinery would see the competition and be more, it would be on a stiffer note. But then the refineries stopped working. 3 refineries at the same time. Another school of thought had come out to say that the refineries have been rigged, that once they hit 70% production capacity, if you try and exceed it, they malfunction. That is from a school of thought. And people also came out and criticized that school of thought that you are talking rubbish. But then the refinery hit 70%, and all 3 refineries, like Humpty Dumpty, came tumbling down. So it is becoming scary that sometimes we need to actually sit down and listen to these former presidents, this former school of thoughts. These people have claimed that the refineries cannot be sold because there are some legal tie. In fact, they claim that there is also an international body that has already, it is claimed, already has some strong ties, that there was a particular government from the federal government that had already sold the refineries, and that Nigerians' hands are tied to a large extent to the level at which they can privatize. And that particular body has been traced to Dutch.
Who are these?
Good. We are talking of former presidents. We are talking of former military
What are their names? Because if they are presidents and they came to the public to make a statement, then we should say their names. Just a moment.
For security reasons, I would not say their names.
Just a moment.
Yes.
If they were former presidents that came to make a statement about why the Nigerian refineries cannot be sold, and they made it in the public, and they said it in public that it can never work.
Yes.
And they did not give reasons, they just said it can never work. They can be quoted. If it was Olusegun Obasanjo, it can be said Olusegun Obasanjo said this. If it was Muhammadu Buhari, we will put it there. He said if it was former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we will say that.
Okay,
so,
bring us back.
And that is not an attack on them. They are president, they are public figures. When they say something, they'll be held to account. So, Benga, you want to give your perspective.
Yes, it was President Olusegun Obasanjo that said it can never work. He didn't say it cannot be sold. It can never work. And you see, from time immemorial, I've always supported his stance on that. That was why I was busy abusing almost all APC leaders, despite being an APC person myself, who were abusing the presidential candidate of the PDP then, Atiku Abubakar. You know, Atiku Abubakar said that the refineries will be sold if he were to be president, that that's the only way to make the refinery work. And he was a former vice president. So, and I have also believed that for the refinery to work, it needs to be sold to private hands. I did a research in 2017 when I was in another TV station, and is it 2017 or 2018? And from that research, that year alone, Kaduna Refinery expended about 60 billion naira or 64 billion naira thereabout on overhead costs, staff salary and other overhead costs, without refining one single drop of oil. One single liter of oil was not refined in that refinery. The same thing goes for Port Refinery and every other refinery. And they've been incurring this overhead cost every year. I remember on Tuesday, SWIFT said that why are these people getting paid salaries when nothing is being done? When we're talking about Dangote on Tuesday, SWIFT was making mention of how staffs of NNPC are getting paid salaries without, any work to show for it. And if we really want to be fair and truthful to ourselves, our refineries need to be sold. It cannot work. It cannot work as long as it is in government hands. There are so many intelligent people who have solutions to make it work. But you see, if the political will is not there, even if the president has the political will, the president cannot be the police money, even if he makes himself the minister of petroleum like Buhari did in his time. He cannot be monitoring day-to-day activity of the refinery. And you see, 98% of the people who are running the refinery from top to bottom are saboteurs who will not make it work. So the best thing to do is to sell the refineries, sack all staffs, and start on a clean slate with maybe another set of people or whoever you want to reabsorb from those who you were sacked in the previous place. You do thorough background check and serious monitoring. I mean, Switch said something on Tuesday about how internal saboteurs in Dangote were curtailed using technology. She gave an example of how if you maybe something is supposed to be maybe 15 Fahrenheit in the temperature measurement, and that's the maximum it should reach. And people trying to sabotage the company put it at 30 Fahrenheit, that the computer will notify other people and then bring it back to the normal temperature it ought to be. That can only happen because it is a private company. But if it is a public government company, the people that computer will notify are also in on the game. So, and they don't want it to work. When the president was arguing, that's President Tinubu was arguing with former President Obasanjo that the refinery will work in time, and they did all the magic and zig they did then that made the refinery seem to be working. I was speaking on a radio show where I told the radio host then that, you see, I don't believe that the refinery is working. Even with all the videos that were circulating around then, I said I don't believe the refinery is working. I said the only time I will believe the refinery is working is if the refinery should work consistently for 6 months non-stop. Then I will come back on that radio show and apologize that the refinery is working. But the refinery didn't work up to 4 months.
Okay.
Or 5 months. Even within the 5 months that worked, there was stoppages, here and there. And there are stories and counter stories from the neighboring community to the refinery saying saying people were loading in refined fuel and bringing it out to make it look as though it is refined inside that place. And you see, there is trust deficit between us and the government so much so that if the government tells you good morning, you have to go and look outside because the government doesn't seem to have any capacity to tell the truth. So the only solution is sell it to those who can manage it and just be the referee that you are supposed to be as a regulator in the industry.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwagbenga. Now, I want to quickly reel out some data here, and this data were accumulated from different sources. Sources include Reuters, it also includes the Vanguard newspapers, and it also includes other several publications. And it said $25 billion were mentioned in multiple reports as amount over approximately 25 years that has been spent for the turnaround maintenance. Another report said about $18 billion was cited by Dangote as the amount spent on the state-owned refineries, which was a part of a parliamentary probe into the spendings of the refineries. Another account says about $11.35 trillion or 11.35 trillion naira reportedly spent by outgoing parliament in May 2023, with the parliament calling for an audit of the spendings over the past 10 years. There are from different sources, and Reuters itself was part of them. In fact, the one that Reuters actually mentioned was about $25 billion to fix refineries in the Reuters report that came out on the 30th of May 2023. And if most voices are beginning to tend towards this direction of selling their refineries,
that tells you that it's only saboteurs who want the refinery to keep on.
Okay.
I said that tells you that it's only saboteurs that want the refinery to keep running. Because if Dangote builds a whole refinery from top to bottom that has been adjudged as the largest capacity refinery in Africa for 20 billion, and they have spent 25 billion in the last 10, 20 years for turnaround maintenance.
Yes, there is an issue.
Refinery will not spend 1 billion for maintenance in the next 20 years because the amount they have spent in building it ensures that those the liability of that company and facility will last maybe 30, 40 years. So on maintenance, Dangote refinery will not spend $1 billion in the next 20 years.
All right. So let me quickly drop this so we can move on to our next story. And these are two things. It's obvious because logic needs to be put into consideration here. And like you rightly said, Oluwagbenga, if $20 billion was used by Dangote to build a refinery, as a nation, we have no excuse not to build new refineries or make sure that we revive this one to continue. And if we're getting reports that the technology used in building these refineries have gone moribund and become obsolete, and that could even be one of the reasons why it is not giving us value for our money as a nation, then someone proposed that we sell it as scrap. But if there is truth to the fact that these refineries can be revived and used, then I want to put the Kaduna State government, the Delta State government, the Rivers State government should take it up as a very, very huge state capacity for the purpose of internal revenue generation to reach an arrangement with the federal government to buy these refineries for the purpose of IGR and the betterment, the advancement of their state. Hopefully, the experiences that we have as a country with regards to running that refinery will not replicate itself in these states. And even if they do, the federal government will have no blame for it. So the government of Delta State, the government of...
This is your call.
Yes.
This your call makes me see now that you have a very pure heart and you are thinking that everybody is nice, that everybody has sense. That is why you are making this call. You understand? Because the governors of those states you are calling onto, sorry to use the word, they are so daft that they only...
No, we can't use such words. Oluwagbenga, let's not use such words. You know, Let's not use such.
That is
But
why
they
I
are limited in their vision.
the word. You know, with all due,
don't even mention.
with all due respect,
Yes.
with all due respect,
don't mention it.
They are only interested in short-term gains. That is why you will never see any one of them do what will benefit their state beyond their term in office. If they cannot make the money from it while they were in office, they are not going to do anything about it. I mean, okay, and you can't also blame them, to be sincere, to be fair with them. You remember that Rotimi Amechi built a power generating plant in River State that time, and the federal government took it in his hand and said that the power will be sent to Abuja first or to the national grid first, and then they will now give them in River State a fraction of it. The same thing with the IPP project in Lagos State. So those experiences. But even now that the experience has changed, the law has changed to allow states to handle some of these things, many of the governors will not invest for the future. They don't want it. I mean, the last time a governor invested for the future in Nigeria that I can remember was during Osunbagwe Daniel's tenure as governor of Ogun State, when he brought in a lot of companies to the state
wrap up with this.
And allowed them, allowed them 5 years tax rebate. But because his own administration did not eat any benefits personally from it, the next administration was taking glory and was still rubbishing the administration that brought in all these benefits into the state. So many of the state governors will not want that to happen under their own watch. They would rather want to, make money from something that they can make money immediately and put in their personal coffers and go away with it. But if they follow your advice, it will be the greatest thing to happen to those.
Yes, and I really hope they do. Now, we're due for a break, but before we go on that break, I want us to interrogate this story as well because it still had to do with oil and gas. Okay. And I'm going to start with Swift first and Benga, then before I wrap up to go for a break. Now, Orano PLC has halted the importation of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, as the Dangote refinery's growing local fuel supply reshapes Nigeria's downstream oil market. In the first half and 9 months of 2025 financial reports, the company revealed that increased domestic refining had led to a 20% decline in trading revenue. The energy firm said its trading segment was under pressure as PMS imports dropped significantly, reducing both entity and group top lines. Orlando described the development as positive for Nigeria's energy self-sufficiency despite short-term revenue impacts. In response to the evolving market, we diversified crude offtakes sources, optimized trade flows, and expanded into commodities like liquefied natural gas, end quote. Orlando stated. The suspension underscores the broader impact of Dangote refinery, which has disrupted fuel import patterns by boosting domestic supply, forcing traders to adjust strategy and explore alternative revenue sources. Yes.
Oluwa Swift is in the building. So on Tuesday, I was saying that, look, it was imperative that the federal government had to do that 15% tax because information reaching, school of thought, claims that some of the people who pay people to vandalize and make sure that, for example, sabotage the NNPC refinery and pay other people to be into other refineries, put them on large salaries to just go there, work undercover and sabotage, are some of these importers, some of our biggest importers, please let's not call Orlando as one of them. And that these people, because of the profits they make from importing petroleum, they have made a conscious effort to sabotage
That's
anything.
A huge allegation.
That's what I said, a school of thought. And the school of thought can prove this. They've said it, they've come out with data. After all, the people who went into Dangote refinery, if I got a job in Dangote refinery earning 800 and something thousand naira, or $1 million plus, with good allowances, I will not go and sabotage the system. I'll be proud to work there. So for you to wake up one morning and want to sabotage a refinery like that, you are being paid. Somebody is giving you are like an FBI agent. You are a two-time agent. You are working for Dangote and you are working for somebody else, and it can be proven. And Dangote still said there are people that he knows their accounts have been traced, that there are other people's payrolls to come and sabotage his refinery. So let's come from that angle. Now the claim is that if with this 15%, some of these extra monies that these big players have to come in and sabotage NNPC, sabotage Dangote, sabotage smaller refineries, it will be toned down. So there's no more profit for them. So right now, they will now start looking inward. How can we make it work? You would now see Orlando talking about building a refinery or coming up with 3 other people to want to build a refinery. Orlando has been in Nigeria for how many years? They do have, I know that some of these oil and gas companies do have small refineries that they tend to themselves and their staffs and their friends. How come they have not thought about the people? They have not thought about communities, for example, in Niger Delta that they have made millions from, and they have through their activities in such regions. Farming has been eradicated, fishing has been eradicated, people live under pollution, but they haven't thought about building refineries to employ their own children and make life better for them. Okay. So with this 15% on, minus the fact that it's going to, level up our is going to help with the demand for dollar, which would help the economy, meaning that we are going to be doing more because there's now the Tinubu administration has signed into the Naira for Naira to crude for local refineries, which Dangote is benefiting from Naira to crude instead of Naira to dollar or dollar to Naira. Okay. Right about now, you would notice that there will be a change. There will be a 360 change. Most international oil and gas companies will start to put their foot forward to do refineries, to build refineries. And in fact, another school of thought is claiming that the federal government should go a step higher. If you are drilling oil, you are supposed to have drilled 100 barrels or whatever, and you fall short to sell within Nigeria, you want to sell outside. What you sell within Nigeria, there should be a 5% tax on it so that when you are going to sell outside, it will be more expensive. So it will make the environment less, it will make international players and other players, it will make it less attractive to go out to sell to even Ghana or anywhere, so that our Nigerian consumption will be first and it will be important. And to me, this is how the oil and gas system.
Alright, Benga, your thoughts, please.
Well, I disagree with the issue of the sabotage of Dangote refinery. You don't need to pay outsiders to sabotage Dangote refinery. I have been doing a lot of research since their issue with Pengasan started. I've spoken with cross-section of a whole lot of people who were former staff, some of those who were redeployed there. The narrative that Dangote pushed out is what a lot of people are parroting. But the reality is that how do you expect a staff to give his best when, because he is a Nigerian, he will be the one to teach the Indians that you are bringing into the country the job of, but you will make the Indian their boss and you will pay the Indian fat salaries more than you pay them. And they know. In almost all the management and leadership positions in Dangote, the Indians hold sway. And there are Nigerians who are more than qualified, overqualified, who have been with Dangote even before the refinery issue for aeons, and they are being neglected. So there is no human being. Because some of these things is psychology. It does not need too much English. I mean, you as a senior journalist in your station now, you have now that your station is not, like the standard of CNN. You have been suffering with your station. You have been, taking, sometimes when management call you, they will say, this is a family business. We are all family, and all the rest, in order to cajole you to do more than what they are paying you for. And you are doing it wholeheartedly. Now that your station wants to go global, there is more money, external investor pumping in money into the station, and your station is going global. Then your management forgot that you are the one who have been holding sway, making everything work and successful to attract those external attention. They now neglected you and went and employed somebody from India, from US, from UK, and then they put them over your head. Over time, it is normal. They even do experiments. They experimented with monkeys. Scientists experimented with monkeys, and they saw that monkeys will react the same way, not to talk of human beings who can see. There will always be that reason for sabotage. That is even if we agree with sabotage. And we don't agree with sabotage because sometimes the owners of this refinery will call the dog a bad name in order to kill it so that they can get public sympathy, and they are successful in doing it at the moment. I don't believe the 15% tax will help the importers or go against the importers. Like my argument on Tuesday is that naturally, once the production capacity locally is shored up, the importers will naturally find alternative business. And this Oando story is proving it right, that you don't even need government to introduce any tariff. You know, you just need government to make the playing field level enough for other players to come into the refining sector and be able to build capacity, so much so that by the time we have excess locally refined oil, there will not be need. By the time they see their interest, their top line being hit, they will naturally diversify. And you see, they have all been planning. Don't forget, let me also tell you one thing. I do not believe that any oil importers are sabotaging because I can tell you, for every 10 oil importer, you know, I worked in the oil and gas industry for almost 13 years. And for every 10 oil importer, major oil importers we have in Nigeria today, I can tell you 8 of them have some form of shares or another in Dangote. It may not be publicly quoted. I don't. The last company, or the second to the last oil company I worked in before I changed job about some few years ago, the previous owners of that company sold all their shares, about 68.89% of their shares in the company, because they wanted to invest in Dangote. That was before Dangote came upstream, as in finished the construction of the refinery there. So I know all of these things happening, and I don't want to be mentioning it, but I can tell you all the major players. If you bring 10 major importers, 8 of them have some form of shares in Dangote. So why would they want to sabotage Dangote? It is just that if you treat your staff well, your staff will take the company and as their own, and they will do everything to protect it. And treating staff well is not just about salary. You can give me 10 million naira per month, and then I suffered with the company. You brought an Indian to be my head. Even if you are paying the Indian 8 million and I'm earning 10 million, but because you made him my boss that I have to report to all the time, that human, natural resentment will be there.
So thank you very much, Oluwagbenga. Now we are due for a break. We need to go on for a break. And when we return, the show continues, because we are almost nearing where we'll call it a day. Today on SOUQ Business Landscape, I'm Priya Krumale. Join us in a moment.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now we move on to the next story. The Nigerian Customs Service Port Harcourt 2 Area Command has announced a historic revenue milestone, generating 76 billion naira in October 2025, the highest monthly collection in its history. The figure was disclosed in a statement on Monday by the command's public relations officer, Theophilus Dunia, who said the achievement reflects strong leadership and improved coordination within the command. He described it as a major breakthrough driven by strategic reforms and enhanced operational efficiency. Customs Area Controller Aliyu Aikali was credited with leading deliberate stakeholder engagement efforts that contributed significantly to the revenue boost. Dunia noted that Aikali's hands-on leadership and proactive engagement with trade partners played a key role in achieving record-setting performance. The development underscores the command's growing importance in national revenue generation and its alignment with broader federal efforts to strengthen Nigeria's customs and trade operations. Now, this report signifies that we are experiencing faster clearance times, reduced bottlenecks, and better trade predictability, not only in Port Harcourt, but 2 days or so ago, the Lagos Area Command also, published about 304 billion naira, which, represents the highest in its revenue-generating enterprise in the country. I won't be surprised if we'll be, having the same thing coming from the Ogun State Command, or coming from the Kebbi State Command, or coming from Delta State Command, or coming from any other state in Nigeria. And of course, that should be it. But we should be surpassing what we have done. Probably even if it is not monthly, but yearly, we should be experiencing increase. Now, why did I say that? Because we want to think that by way of reform, by way of review, and by way of learning the ropes, the new strategies to be adopted by the Customs Service to nip in the bud all the leakages where we are losing money as a nation, where we are losing money in terms of finances, and ultimately driving the service towards the area where we will use the digital equipment to block these leakages and increase our till as a nation. I hope that is adopted across state. And sincerely, I'm expecting another report from any of Nigerian states saying we have done what we did in September.
So when I saw the news, I was surprised as expected. The customs has gone almost, I think they said 70% digital. And since they've gone that, we can see the effects. People have been clamoring that it's faster to clear goods. There are now rules and regulations. It's faster to clear goods. You don't need the middlemen anymore. You just go there, you click into a system, and you go, which is expected. I like the fact that Port Harcourt, because once it becomes digitalized, we know 90% of the challenges we have in Nigeria is emotional. A lot of Nigerian people, we are very emotional. We want to call Priye. Priye has an uncle. Priye's uncle should, and you bypass a lot of protocol. But with digital has, when you go online, it has no uncle, it has no brother, it has no sister. And so we are seeing revenue generation, which these people have not been tendering before. Lagos State every month is announcing what they are making from the ports. We're excited about Port Harcourt, so now we know without the digitalization, Port Harcourt ports would not have been doing fantastically well because people are very emotional and everybody knows each other. But my own fear for the federal government is not just being excited right now that, oh, we are making money, digitalization is working. My own fear is, have you put in place shocks? Because we know the way Africans and people think, even in the diaspora and America, when there's a system, people try and see how they can bypass it and put some monies into their pockets. And we saw recently when Donald Trump took office, how they were talking about the fact that even public feeding, public schools, some certain individuals were making monies off public feeding and public schools, funds for public feeding. If that can happen in America, then please, who are we in Nigeria? And so the federal government needs to be very specific, very intentional about this. We are making money from the customs now. Yes, good, but that's not enough. We need to put in cyber tracks. We need to put in things that if anybody is trying to bypass the system, even people that are in the computer room, if they are trying to bypass the system and do some fraud, then it should be clamped down on with immediate alacrity, and that person should be put out in the public. Because Nigerians, when you shame people, other people, it will deter other people from taking negative steps.
All right, thank you very much. Oluwagbenga, I know you are there, and we've talked about how the Lagos State Apapa Port generated about 304 billion naira last month, October. Port Harcourt is now telling us they've done 76, which is a very good thing. But if you look at the value, if you look at the money, I don't only want you to address both Lagos and Port Harcourt. What Port Harcourt did was not even equal to half of what Lagos has done. Now, these are good IGR sessions that other states should emulate. Digitalization, is that what is really giving us the benefit that is coming, or something else?
Well, I don't know whether it is a digitization effort, even though there is no way that will not play a role. In fact, for me, it seems as though this announcement everyone is making now is prompted by a competition, you know, where they are told that if you don't make this amount in a month or in the year, you will be sanctioned. The head of your unit will be replaced or transferred to somewhere else. So I believe that's the way it looks to me. I might not be correct, you know, like that they are under some pressure to meet certain financial targets for the year. And so they are competing and making the announcement to that effect, so that, oh, we are working on, we might not get there yet, but we are on the way there. But beyond that, I don't care about how much the custom makes. What I care about more than how much they make is how much trade are they facilitating. People, because you see, they will make this money and so much more if they facilitate trade properly. I hope our ships are still not going to Republic of Benin and Togo to berth because of congestion in our ports due to not clearing of their products by customs in time. You know, I thank God that there is, in fact, remarkable and visible improvement right now, because I remember back in, was it 2023 or no, I think 2022, 2021, thereabout, when a certain envelope company in Nigeria, the largest envelope manufacturer in Nigeria, you know, was complaining at one of LCCI program, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry program, about how they brought in papers. There is this paper, I don't know how it looks like, that they bring in from outside the country. And because network will be down today, network will be down tomorrow, the internet at customs, they have made all payments just for them to get their clearance and take their product out of the whatever, out of the port. It took the ship about 16 days to sail from Europe to Nigeria, or was it 14 days to sail from Europe to Nigeria? But their product remained docked on the Nigerian ports because of the inefficiencies of the custom for almost 3 months before that issue was eventually resolved that time. You know, and they lost a lot of money. They are paying demurrage every day and so much more like that. So if the custom is facilitating trade such that, you know, the Roro is going fast, you are clearing your goods like in a day or even in minutes, you know, as it is arriving, you don't need to stay till the next day. They are building capacity and infrastructure so that people's goods can be cleared out of the port in minutes. Yes, I will applaud them, because you see, while they want us to rejoice about how much they have made in Ghana during President, what's the name of the last president? I think Akufo-Addo. The present one is Mahama. So during Akufo-Addo's tenure, he announced a cut in all the tariffs at the port in order to ensure that people bring in their goods faster and easier and more goods are brought in, because he understood that even though he's cutting tariff, because more people are bringing in goods and they are getting it cleared faster, more Ghanaians will be employed, which will generate another source of payee tax to show up whatever they think they have lost in the import tariff that they have cut for the people to facilitate trade. And that is a working government, a government that understood that it is not just about revenue generation using one aspect that will bring more burden to the people, but revenue generation that is diversified in such a way that more jobs will be created, more poverty will be reduced, and the people will have more buying power. And automatically, when they have more buying power, the government will generate that revenue on the long run. So if that is what custom is doing, I give them applause, because the report is sketchy. They are only harping so much on how much they generated. Yes, they can say operational efficiency. Operational efficiency can mean anything.
All right.
It can mean anything. But in clear A, B, C, and D, what does it mean to the importers? Though importers now have more confidence to bring their goods to Nigerian ports rather than taking it to Togo or the Republic of Benin like they used to do before.
Thank you so much. Now, we have to go now because Grace Komalafia will be coming with Across Borders, and we don't want to hit into that time. I would have wanted us to look at the Donald Trump story of 80,000 non-immigrant visas stopped since his administration commenced. But we're out of time. We can't take a look at that anymore. And we want to say a very big thank you to Ayarin Balu Agbengapo, who joins us today and all the time when we needed him to come up. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate that. Thank you for your robust conversation and your insight, quite direct and enlightening.
All right,
thank you for having me.
You're very much welcome.
Have a beautiful day.
Yeah.
All right, Nigerians and Africans out there, it is your duty to protect everything that belongs to us, from our refineries to the roads to the ports. Do your part and be the best Nigerian you can be, because doing your part means you are leaving a legacy for our children. And also, this is an appeal to all the doctors who are on strike. Please, life is at stake, and kindly come to terms with the federal government and let's make Nigeria a better place. And of course, shout out to all the doctors that take their time, don't see their families, and spend sleepless nights out there. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a beautiful day.
And I'm Oyin Krumale. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. By the way, please don't leave yet. Coming up shortly is Across Borders. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law.
Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center.
Another beautiful day here at SOUQNews Television. I am saying welcome to Across Borders, a program where we share topical issues on migration and how it impacts us as a people. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we will be looking at the topic, Hope in Transit, Africa's path to the global north. A lot of stories to be told. Trust me, we'll be talking about how and why the interest and the concentration on America and Europe is really high. Just in case you are not aware, I'd like to share with you that report shows that every year, thousands of Africans embark on a journey towards Europe and America, driven by hope, the intense hunger for opportunity, and of course, some for safety. Why these realities are there staring us in the eyes, the channels through which people travel, it differs. Some move through the legal routes, while some, of course, took other risks, going through other channels like deserts and sea. But behind every data of the number of yearly immigrants lies a human story. Stories of ambition, despair, and survival. Like I mentioned earlier, we want to take a closer look at the topic, Hope in Transit, Africa's path to the global north. Our guest today is Dr. Sunday Onweyeke, founder Bremen Solidarity Center, EV Germany, a humanitarian rights activist and a veteran of the refugee movement in Germany.
He also co-initiated the anti-residence bleach campaign in 2000 with the introduction of civil disobedience and litigated his residence bleach case through the German judicial system up to the Europe Court of Human Rights in Istanbul in 2004. He works as empowerment trainer with various refugee group. Dr. Sonny Okwenyeke will be joining us on the program today. We'll have a lot to talk about when it comes to him, but we'll be looking at that. First, importantly, we are going to dive into the topic for today. All of that will be coming your way just after this break. Please stay with us. Thank you for joining us, and it is across borders. Once again, my name is Grace Komolafe, and our guest is Dr. Sonny Okwenyeke. Good morning, Dr. Sonny. How is Germany this morning?
Thank you. I'm fine, and Germany is also fine here. At least we have a nice weather today.
Oh, great, great. That's good to know. All right, we just set the ball rolling. Let's go into the program proper. Talking about the movement, you know, when people talk about migration from Africa to the global north, what does that journey typically look like today, and how has it evolved over time?
Thank you for having me and putting that question forward. For a start, we have to recognize that there are both what you call legal migration and illegal migration, as the Westerners like to call this phenomenon. What is important to note is that at the moment there's a lot of talk, a lot of discourses going on around the issue of migration, and this is mainly because at this moment in time in our history as human beings, a lot of Africans and people from the so-called developing countries are moving, finding better places or security in the so-called Western world. But historically, migration is nothing new, and both those in the Western hemisphere and the Southern hemisphere have always moved between continents and countries without much ado. And but at the moment, there is a lot of talk about it because there is this idea that those coming from the Southern hemisphere, those coming from the so-called developing countries, are going up to the Western countries to fleece their social and economic system and rip them off, and not merely a normal form of migration. So that is basically the background of the discourse that we are having at the moment, not only here in Europe, but also in North America. There is the legal route, which mainly involves the invitation by the so-called Western countries to experts and highly qualified individuals from developing countries to come into their countries and contribute to the economy basically by offering attractive job opportunities and stuff like that. Beyond that, you have the system where you engage in maybe family reunification and stuff like that. But you also have those who go out, like it has been for generations, to study and acquire bigger skills and all that. And then there is the other part, which is which I consider more important, this so-called illegal migration, those who are compelled by different circumstances to want to move to other countries in search of greener pastures, security, human dignity, and all that. So these are the two parts of this migration story that we need to recognize.
Okay.
The first one, the legal part of it, it is quite, is basically an easy and formal process. It is the second part of it that is more difficult and poses a lot of challenges to us as human rights activists.
All right, thank you very much. So you've just pointed out the two parts, the legal and the illegal part, while some will call it the irregular route. But, you know, either it is through the legal route or the illegal route, which I will call the illegal route now. The journey to the global north, I want to ask, is it truly a search for hope or are symptoms of the hope Africa has yet to build within itself? What's, I mean, the major factor? Now we are saying people are going out, they are journeying, either they are going the right way, they are not going the right way. The journey, is it truly for hope?
I think there is not a single perspective to this question because there are different aspects of it, in which case you can look at it. On the one hand, there is a possibility that you look at it, yes, it is as a result of hoping for something better. But on the other hand, there are those of us who had to migrate because we were compelled to, either by the political or situation in our countries, or the situation of our economic standing, or just the situation that there is hopelessness in some cases that make them to migrate. In any case, we also have to recognize that what causes the hopelessness, the deprivation of livelihood, in some of these countries, in the so-called developing countries, they are the direct effects of Western intervention in these countries. You know, the exploitation that goes on in our countries, all across Africa, for example, deprives people of the means of livelihood and human dignity that everybody is entitled to. But because people can no longer secure this, they move out to try to seek human dignity somewhere, security to their lives, and a better means of living. You know, those are part of the things that you look at when you see who is migrating, where they migrate to, and for what purpose. Those who go out to study, for example, it is very clear that they want to increase their qualifications and improve their chances of getting a better employment at some point. But there are those who are politically persecuted. There are those who are deprived of their daily livelihood by by Western intervention in our countries. And those also have to be recognized that there is not just a single path to perspective to look at this. There are different aspects of it.
All right. Thank you very much. You have just mentioned some of the challenges which people face, and of course that could trigger, you know, the need for them to go out. While they face a whole lot here, I want to ask you, following research and information I've gotten from one or two more persons, many migrants describe their journey as both a dream and a struggle. Now, from your research or experience, what emotional and social realities do migrants face along the way?
On the question of what they face along the way, this is a very difficult question because different people have different experiences, particularly for Africans who pass, for example, the land routes to try to get to Europe, going to Spain and then Malta and so forth and so on, before going to mainland Europe and all that. These are very terrible routes that are full of dangers. Human lives are not respected. Some of them are kept in camps where they are forced into manual labors and forced labor without payments. Some are sexually abused and raped and sold even in markets in Libya and other North African cities, where you have black people being sold to go and do forced labor. And the difficult thing to understand about this is that much of those camps are funded by the European Union. They are funded by the European Union that funds those governments in support of those measures to block Africans from coming into Europe. So the experiences that people go through in those areas are really very, very difficult.
All right. So when you talk about the Europeans forming or encouraging or financing such camps, whichever way, now to block Africans from coming that way. Is it possible that we begin to look at harnessing opportunities way back home, rather than pushing, rather than looking for every means to want to pull out of Africa? What do you think?
I think this is a very welcome idea, because for very many of us who have been here for a long time, we have come to understand the system, both within the national politics of the countries that we are in, and within the global setting and the power relations that exist between African countries or developing countries, so to speak, with the Western world. We understand it very clearly that the attempt to get a lot of Africans to come to Europe, for example, those that are very qualified, is an attempt to drain the African continent of its resources, right? This is nothing new. It has been going on. We just have to be more aware of it. On the other hand, you have those of us back home, for example, in Nigeria, who want to pay millions of naira to come to Europe in the hope of making it big out here. People have to understand that it is not rosy here in Europe. People have to understand that there's a lot of difficulties right here in Europe. You are not welcome. The European society is basically a racist society. The structures are racist in every form you can think of. They look at the black people and those who are not white as inferior to them. So when you understand this, you understand the level at which you will be kept here in Europe. Even with your qualifications and everything you may have brought here, you are nevertheless not regarded as such. That means the money that we spend trying to come to Europe, we could very well do a good job back home, trying to invest it at home, trying to solidify the little gains that has been made over the last couple of decades, and see that people are not risking their lives, losing their lives in the process of coming to Europe, where you will not be regarded as anything but an inferior citizen.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sonny. And I think this actually hits me, and I want to make me to push further, because we hear from a lot of people that are out there where they talk about the opportunities that are out there for them, how they have improved. And of course, that is even one of those ways where they begin to encourage other Africans. Now, I'm not going to stay on Nigeria alone. I'm just going to generalize it as Africans, where they begin to encourage them, to come to Europe or America. They say, oh, you've got good homes, you've got good environment. They talk of so many opportunities. It's either to entice or to encourage, or of course it is the truth that they are putting on the table. So, but when I begin to hear again, on the other hand, they say, oh, there's racism, there are a lot of challenges and all of that. I'm beginning to imagine, is it not so much that we are asking for? Is it a kind of, should I use the word entitlement, that, Africans are beginning to feel, oh, because I am here, this is what I should have. Don't forget that even way back home, there are challenges, which is one of the reasons why a lot of Africans want to move to the other side. So I'm asking, is it true, when we put the cards on the table, is it true that this challenges outweighs the opportunities? Looking at feedbacks that we get left and right, what do you think?
I think it depends on the area you look at it from. Because if you look at the human existence in general, it is not just about survival. It is also about living in dignity. If most of us can afford to live in dignity in our homes, where we are respected and surrounded by friends and families and all that, I think very many of us will stay back home. The problem is, though, that in many of our African countries, for example, we do not have that privilege of living a life of where we are secure. Our securities are not guaranteed, and our livelihood in many cases are not guaranteed. That is one of the very difficult things or the motivation that makes people want to move out and go to somewhere else. Unfortunately, if you come to Europe, for example, it's no longer just Europe. Now you can also see it in what is happening under the Trump administration in the US. There's a lot of antagonism. There's a lot of aggression, a lot of a lot of violation of the rights of those who are not white, so to speak, right? And who are regarded as not belonging to this society. In Germany, it is pretty common to be attacked at different points because of racist tendencies, right? In the US, you can see it. So it's not something that you're going to say from the very beginning. Everybody is welcome here. There are opportunities here, and therefore you are welcome here. You can hear it from the very top. The chancellor in Germany said it a few weeks ago that people like us do not belong here, right? They want to increase deportation. They want to make sure that people are sent out from here. But at the same time, he is looking for opportunities to extract these qualified people from Africa to come here and do the work, even in many cases that many Germans cannot do or do not do. You see, so if you on the balance of it, it's very difficult to say this is the only way to it. It has to depend on case by case. I cannot advise anybody do not come here, and never you come here, because nobody knows the destiny of the other. You never can say what is in stock for another person. But what we do have is that we owe it as a duty. Those of us who have been here now for quite some time and understand the system, we owe it as a duty, right, to inform our fellow brothers and sisters everywhere of what the actual situation here is, right? We are in a situation, for example, here in Germany, where we have to cater for people who are sent out from the system entirely. They are made to sleep on the streets. There is not a single provision for some of them because the government said they do not belong here, they should be deported. And at the same time, they have no means of deporting them because their status of where they come from or the passport they should be used, that should be used to deporting them back cannot be made available. So they just leave these people on the streets. They are not going to tell you this stuff when they highlight the importance or the opportunities in the Western world. But you see it everywhere when you live here and you are dealing with these people on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I like the fact that those of you out there are seizing every opportunity that you have, to enlighten others that are not there to know what to do, how things are going out there, and what not to do. I think that's very important, and that will help a lot of people when deciding either they want to travel or not. Now, you've talked about a lot of these things, the challenges and how Africans are being treated. And I want to say, are those things on paper? Let's talk about policy. How have European and American immigration policies affected African migration routes and opportunities? So I'm going to give an example. Now, according to the Africa Center, interceptions of irregular African migration to Europe dropped significantly in 2024 from 282,000 in 2023 to 1,406,000 in 2024. Meanwhile, visa restrictions from the U.S. are tightening. According to recent reports, the U.S. imposed stricter travel bans and visa requirements on several African countries, of course, which include Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Cameroon, limiting non-immigrant visas to 3 months and single entry. So back to the policy question. How do these restrictions combined, with intensified border control, reshape African migration patterns and the aspiration of hopeful, migrants?
The important issue here is what is not being acknowledged. Majority of these Western countries, both from America and Europe as a whole, they are built on the back of migrants. The Trump administration has taken this very drastic anti-immigrant position and implementing policies, legal and illegal for that matter, to deporting migrants and violating their rights at will, without even recourse to the rule of law, right? That is going on in America. And what they are not showing you is the devastating effects that this policy is having on their own economy, right? In the whole service industry, in their farming, in their construction, They have terrible times right now because the migrants are not there to do the work because they are being hounded out of the country in the name of whatever policy that they want to institute, right? This idea that migrants are just there to rip off these economies is the biggest lie you can think of, because without the migrants in these whole countries, right, none of them can survive. Quote me on it. Whether it is Germany or the UK, for example, without migrants in the UK, the health system will not last 2 hours. You can ask anybody there, right? So it is the same thing. This is not being acknowledged at all. Nowhere do you see them being acknowledged as a big contributor to the economy. At the same time, they are looking for those who they think that can benefit the economy and extract these resources from them. The other thing that we have to note about this is this. When Africans move, only very few of us actually get to Europe or to North America. Why? Because it is very expensive. African countries take a lot of burden hosting other Africans in their countries much more than in the Western countries. They don't want you to know this. They don't highlight this. They only highlighted that, look at the number of people coming to Europe and North America. So there is a big discrepancy in both the veracity of the news that we get and the reality of what is actually happening in terms of these migrants.
All right. So thank you for that submission. And I think I watched the video yesterday. I think it's from the Europe, and someone was talking about migrants being everything to them, that they are not going to go anywhere. They're the backbone. They're going to stay. I think that message was actually sent to Trump. But that's fine. You know, different strokes for different folks. Now, let's look at brain drain. You know, there's often that talk about brain drain and how significant, I want to ask how significant this issue is and how African can actually turn migration into a form of brain circulation instead. So rather than saying, oh, brain drain, taking them out, brain circulation, making it work, you know, within the country and ensure that that hope that we are looking for out there, we begin to push it, the narrative here in Africa. I mean, what do you think?
I think we need the enabling environment back in our home countries to make us develop our potentials effectively. Where many people run away from the country is number one, survival and insecurity, right? Of course, you have political persecution in addition, but this is not peculiar to any particular country because you have it all over. If we create that enabling environment, many of us would not like to live as second-class citizens abroad. We would like to be back home, contributing our little bits to the development of our people every single day. But the human rights work that some of us do here, for example, if we are doing it back home, we risk our lives being terminated without any recourse to justice or whatever, right? It is not to say that we are 100% safe here because we are also being persecuted to some extent here. I, for example, I was put in prison in Germany, this so-called developed country, because I moved from one city to another without getting the police permission where a refugee. Many people don't know this. If you are a refugee in Germany, for example, they expect you to get a permission from the local foreign office before you can go to another city. You understand? And if this is not the case, if you are controlled by the police, that you don't have a permission to be where you are fined. If you refuse to pay the fine, you can be taken to prison. I challenged this as a violation of my human rights in 2004 and took the case up to the Supreme Court in Germany. The Supreme Court rejected the case, and I went to the European Court as a result. They also rejected the case. It's just to show you that at the end of the day, what I am fighting for, which is just a simple right of moving from one city to the other, right? I come from Nigeria that is called not a developed country, so to speak. a country that was under military dictatorship for 30 years, right? I was never put in prison for going from one city to the other. But in Germany, I was put in prison simply because I moved from one city to the other without getting a police permission. You understand? So if you look at all this, you will understand that we will value that situation where we are able to contribute our bit at home if the security can be guaranteed, instead of staying in Europe, entertaining and experiencing all this daily racism, because you are not going to run away from racism in Germany. It's not possible. The whole structure is built on racism. It's just as simple as that. So as a result of that, we try to counter this and do the work we can do for people to be able to counter this, live with it, and navigate it as best as possible. But as a structure, the whole Western system is built on racism. And so we would like to avoid that. We would like to leave it behind and stay back in our country and enjoy the bits that we have there and all that. The problem with this is, though, the Western countries keep exploiting and stealing our resources, causing division among our people, funding terrorism and all that to destabilize us. This is what is happening, and making it insecure for us to remain there. That is the problem.
Okay. Well, thank you for your submission. At this point, I think I want to say that everyone is a king and a queen in his or her own home. When you are in your house, you do just the way you want it because it is your space. And of course, you agree with me that there are rules and regulations everywhere. Even in our small homes, you have someone come in, you're going to challenge that person and say, oh, why are you here? What are you doing here? So, I was going to come to the issue of you going to the prison and, of course, some African countries being, seen as developing or underdeveloping country. We're going to get to that shortly after this break. But at this point, we will be going on a break. There is a part I really want to talk about again, but I think we're going to do that when we come back after the break. Across Borders is still on. Please stay with us.
From the dusty roads of Sahel to the crowded streets of Rome and New York, millions of Africans are on the move, tracing what is called the Global South to the Global North pipeline. It is a road of ambition, sacrifice, and survival. Once, movement meant trade and exploration. Today, it means escape from poverty, instability, and fading opportunity. Across Africa, unemployment, conflict, and climate change push people beyond the borders. Fields dry up, jobs disappear, and dreams outgrow their surroundings. In places like Nigeria, Sudan, and Eritrea, hope has become a currency traded for a visa and a promise of a dangerous journey forward. The route north is one of the most perilous on earth. Through the Sahara, migrants face hunger, heat, and violence. Those who reach Libya, where smugglers and traffickers control the road to the sea. Thousands board fragile boats bound for Europe, chasing a future that may never arrive. For many, the Mediterranean becomes a graveyard of dreams. Yet, even in tragedy, humanity rises in rescuers, doctors, and strangers who refuse to turn away. For those who make it, arrival is only another beginning, a struggle to belong, to work, and to build. Across Europe and America, African migrants power empower industries, and send billions home, connecting two worlds through resilience and hope. The Global South to Global North pipeline is more than migration. It is a heartbeat of changing world, a reminder that the hope travels farther than fear, and that the research for better life is old as humanity itself. And you're watching Across Borders. I am Alice Patrick.
Thank you, Alice Patrick, for that update. And of course, you're still watching Across Borders. We are with Dr. Sonny Okwenyeke. So we've been looking at Africa, the hope of Africa, and especially the moving, we as Africans, moving to the global north. So, Doctor, before we went on that break, you talked about the Europeans, kind of championing some cause, such as terrorism and all of that, in Africa. So, I mean, when we talk about these things, I think there's a need for us to have some data when we are speaking to these things, to have some data to back that, oh, this is clear. This was the information we got and this was done. Because, yes, as a media, we should use our platform to push very clear, narratives, which we understand you are in that space as well. It's as good as we're working hand in hand to ensure that good information, good narratives are being pushed out there. I just needed, that was the part I said I needed to speak to before we, took that break. Right. So, yes. Yeah. So, the early forms of migration actually exposed Africans, to the European ways. And that has to do with language, dressing. You can see the way I'm dressed today, education, and speaking of English and all of that, where we have our own core dialect and language, which we are supposed to embrace. That's been influenced sharply. So I want to ask that, would you say that Africans have truly taken positive advantages of, that experience to transform their nations? That's one. And the second one, we talked about Africans being mentioned in a certain way. Africans already have a long historical exposure, with Europe and America. Why are many African countries still referred to as developing nations, despite the exposure? Are they not putting things together? Are they not capable, to push their nation as well to that point where the world would say, oh, they are developed already? I mean, let's talk about this.
Right. There is the concept of power, which many of us are not very familiar with, in terms of looking at power and the use of language in conveying power, both in the generation of power and the application of it. The definition of a developing country and the term of a developed country, these are all powerful terminologies that were developed by the so-called dominant Western world, so to speak, in describing the situation or our situation as we see it. The real issue is this. When they talk about development of a country that is being developed and a country that is not being developed or developing, what exactly do they mean? When you talk about development, for example, before the Europeans came to Africa, to the place now called Nigeria, for example, the Benin Kingdom was far more developed, for example, than many Western societies, right? The Benin streets were being lit, drainages and all that existed in these countries before, when Europeans were still way backward, before they ever ventured into Africa. These developments, they are not mentioned. These developments are not seen as development because they do not necessarily involve the production of mass weapons of destruction, which is what essentially Western development is all about. Western development is all about violence and brutality. It's all about producing those weapons and those systems that wrecks humanity. That is what Western development is, right? Our resources, which are being exploited, which are being stolen every day, from Congo to Niger to just name it, everywhere in Africa. Europe cannot claim development without these resources. What is happening in Congo? Look at what is happening in Congo. Look at how many children are dying every day, right? You are not even talking about the time Leopold was having Congo as a private property, where about 20 million Africans were killed in just under 20 years. The extraction that they take from Africa on a daily basis, this is what Europe and the Western world claims to be their development. It's all a fallacy. So it comes down to the language that is being used. And when we repeat their language of we are not developed, we are looking at something as if it is something to look up to. I don't want Africans or Nigerians to look up to Western development. The development that you have in the Western world is lack of humanity. Is lack of humanity. I don't want a world where such brutality is being effected every day by every single policy that they institute. You know, I don't want us to look at development in that sense. So in my own understanding, Africans are better informed about their resources, about their potentials, and about who they are than looking forward to European development or Western development, so to speak. We are far much more developed in our humanity than what you have in this Western world. That is why you have, even when they claim that we are poor, we are from poor countries, which is not the case, right? You have a lot more happiness in these poor countries than in the so-called Western developed countries. Why is that? It's a simple answer to it. It is because there is much more humanity in these poorer places, so to speak, poorer places than in the Western world. That is it. So when I want to look at going forward, what do we do? I want to look at Africans going back to who we are and dishing this colonial yoke that has continued to affect our beings in Africa. So my development model would definitely be Afrocentric and not Eurocentric.
All right, thank you very much for that submission. You know, but again, that would make me say that I think it is important for Africans to begin to see themselves as countries that should depend, you know, on themselves. Because if you ask me, Africans have what it takes, you know, to stand, to be upright, to be on their feet, and to push good cause, to channel, you know, good narratives, if you ask me. And again, talking about resources being chatted away, you know, by these other areas we're talking about, Europe and all of that, that will make me bring up this question. You know, many still describe Africa as an aid-dependent continent. From your own perspective, is Africa truly aid-dependent, or is that a perception that overlooks, you know, the continent's growing capacity and resilience?
On the one hand, you have to understand the background of AIDS, right? Aid is a control mechanism, right? The IMF, the World Bank, these are Western institutions set up to control and exploit resources from other parts of the world, mainly for the Western countries. It's as simple as that. So if you look at how they then use aid, right? If you look at how they then use aid to put countries into this desperate situation that they have to produce what they cannot eat and they have to eat what they cannot produce, then you realize that aid is just there for the purpose of exploitation, for the purpose of exploiting Africans and other developing, so-called developing countries. So Africa has no need for aid, not at all, not a single aid. We don't need those aid. As a matter of fact, the aid that they are bringing, the aids come in the form of weapons and ammunition that are meant for repression and fighting between different groups, divisions within our countries. That is what the aid is all about. And to keep us indebted so that we continue to pay, in addition to the interest that we may have overpaid in the first instance, to make sure that we are perpetually indebted to the Western system, right? As a result, they come in with this aid and then are able to continue to exploit our resources without limit. That is essentially what aid is for. If we want to really go forward, we have the capacity to say, we don't need your aid. We are not going to borrow any money from the IMF or from the World Bank. What we have, we will be able to use. Absolutely, we can do this. I tell you this because I did my doctorate degree on the Jubilee 2000 campaign, for example. This is a campaign that was set up to forgive the poor countries their debts. Can you imagine that? These are people who put these countries in debt in the first place. And now they are arrogating that power to themselves to say they want to forgive debt to these poor countries. Whereas these same countries, they have paid much more than they borrowed, both in terms of interest and the original capital from these funds. But the IMF and the World Banks are the institutions that are used to control this, to carry this out. And who are in control? Of course, the Western countries. That's it. So we do not need this aid in any case, in any sense. It's totally a colonial mechanism to keep us away from getting our resources and using the resources for the people to whom it belongs.
All right. So quickly, I'm just going to ask you. I'm going to ask you quickly that is there a policy? Is there any documentation that says that Africans must listen, must take rules, must abide by directives from this country? Is there any? And how do you think we could, make it better, to benefit the Africans more, and of course to enable them have the freedom as much as they can? Because if you look at it from everything you've been talking about, you would, in a way, look at it as if we're having a modernized colonization, if you ask me. So what do you have to say?
The fact is that many of our political leaders are compromised. That's just the simple fact. They are compromised because they've got a lot of ugly skeletons in their cupboard, right? People like Traore, right? And people like Sankara, they had nothing to fear. They had nothing hidden in their cupboard that they didn't want anybody to know. And so they could go out and take these bold initiatives, and you can see what is happening, right? If you look at Traore today, you can see that, of course, it's a different situation entirely compared to very many other African countries. For those who have no motivation to cling to this exploitative system, this Western system and all that, they can definitely take the bold and necessary step to say, no, we are not taking this advice from the IMF, we are not taking this advice from the World Bank because of the necessity to make sure that our resources are being used for our citizens. But because they are compromised, they are not able to do this. They are not able to do it because they will be exposed. They have houses and mansions and all those investments in different countries, and therefore they know that they will be easily exposed. So because of this compromise, we have a situation where these people are not really accountable to us back home in our various countries in Africa, and they take instructions from their colonial masters.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the topic still remains the same: hope in transit, Africa's path to the global north. So for one reason or the other, we all understand that Africans continue to migrate. In recent comments by world leaders about African migrants and Christians, especially the most recent, which is from the US President Donald Trump, it has stirred a global debate talking about, now I'm talking about the Nigerian conversation, about Christians. Do you think such narratives, reinforces or distorts the genuine reasons Africans migrants, especially, Africa migrates, especially for safety and freedom? Because this conversation has been on the global stage. You see different countries, China, and all of them coming out to lend their voice. What do you say about this? Does it push for, people to want to migrate, or the other way? What do you think?
I think migration as a phenomenon is not something we are going to be able to put a stop to. And the earlier everybody recognizes this and plan on how to deal with it properly, the better. The idea that we have, though, is that from the Western world, right, migration is terrible for us. We don't want these people coming to our countries. They are coming here to take our resources and all that. That is the narrative that is publicly given, right? Nothing can be further from the truth, right? The fact is this. Every country does need one form or the other of migration, okay? And everybody do have this. Because of this necessity, that is why there is no country in the world, right, that has stopped migration. It is because of the necessity. It is part and parcel of human life. And nothing, I can guarantee you, nothing anybody is going to do, whether the Western government, whether Trump or Lee or whoever it is in China that is in China, nobody is going to be able to stop migration, okay? What you are seeing at the moment is a result of this populist narrative to gain anti-migration votes. That is what is mainly driving this stuff. The reality, the necessity of Western economies dependent on migrants and migration skills, right, is so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. I just gave the example of the US previously. In Germany, a few months ago, I was in the hospital here in Germany, and I went into this ward. You could hardly see any German in this hospital. They were all full of migrants, right? And this you can see in every sector, right? So they have to recognize that we are not going anywhere. That is for sure. That means they cannot just send us out whether or not they like it. That is a fact. What is then important is how exactly do you deal with it? What does it benefit we as Africans who are coming here, and what is the impact of this on our situation back home? I can guarantee you that if we were having a stable and secure economies back home, security guaranteed back home, our economies will do much more better than us here spending our time instead of contributing to exactly the situation that we have back home in Nigeria, for example.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sonny Onweyeke. So now we're just going to cap the program with some questions relating to you. So your journey reflects decades of courage, advocacy, and impact, from challenging Germans and residents' flitch law at the European Court of Human Rights to empowering refugees' voices through networks like the SOUQ. And together, we are Bremen. So your work stands as, a powerful example of how activism, research, and lived experience, can intersect to shape fairer migration systems. So let's begin by exploring your perspective on the current realities facing African migrants today. From your years of activism and research, how would you describe the current realities faced by African migrants under Europeans, increasing restrictive asylum and residency policy? Please speak to
this. What the Europeans are not hiding, in fairness to them, is that they want these qualified Africans and from other areas of the world to come and contribute to their economy. They are not hiding this, right? But they forget that to get those qualified Africans and others from other parts of the world, their communities, their countries, and their families, they were responsible for for educating, for doing the payment and everything for this particular individual. Now they want to take this individual out of this community, come over here to come and contribute to their own community at the expense of contributing much more to their original communities that they come from. This is the thing. At the end, you have to understand it. The Europeans, the Western world, they are interested in further exploitation. Exploitation not only of the resources, but of our human capabilities, right? That is why they want these experts to come from different places to say, okay, if you are very qualified, you are good in tech or whatever and all that, we can give you some residency here and you work, and after that, then you go back, right? That is the idea. What Africans have to do then is to ensure that they also create the system, the enabling system that makes these people who are also qualified like myself and the others, to feel comfortable to stay in these different countries where we can also make our due contributions, right? It's not just working outside and then giving money back to people who need it back home and stuff like that. We can also do much more than that. But some of us are not even able to do this because of the current insecurity in very many of these countries. That is the problem.
Okay. All right, Doctor, we are kind of wrapping up with time. I'm probably going to take one or two more questions. So, you know, I want us to talk about what government needs to do. So you as a person having challenged the residence flitch law in Germany, what lessons can African governments draw, you know, from this experience to better protect and engage their citizens abroad? Because you were there and a lot happened. Those cases were rejected. If the government will be, you know, in good terms or in relations with these people, perhaps there could be other ways to go about it. What lessons do you think governments have learned or that they need to learn, and how to better all of this kind of conversation? Please, let's do this in 1 minute.
Right. I think the African governments, the African leaders, they have to take themselves serious. They have to take the interest of their citizens serious. The citizens are not just outside to be named citizens who have nobody caring for them or having their interest back home. The way the Africans are treated in all these countries is a reflection of the regard or lack of that they pay to the leadership that we have back in Africa. If Africans are properly taking care of themselves, what was happening or what is still happening to Africans in Libya, for example, wouldn't be happening, right? It is because the African leaders they don't rise up to their responsibilities of protecting the interest of their citizens properly. That is why Europeans are able to do what they are doing.
All right. So in 30 seconds, you know, I want you to speak to this. With broader control, you know, tightening across Europe, how can advocacy networks like yours, you know, and others continue to empower refugees and ensure their voices influence migration policy? How? In 30 seconds.
What we need to do is to make sure that whoever comes here, whoever manages to cross these borders and come here, we ensure that they are strong enough to resist this racist treatment that they get every day, everywhere, you know. And it is this what we also try to tell the government. Of course, the government goes out to say, yes, we want to integrate people who are here and all this stuff, but we do know that they are not serious about it. And if they are serious about it, they have to listen to our voices, they have to listen to what we are saying, and they have to implement what we are advocating for. We are not asking for red carpet. We are just asking for simple human dignity, nothing more, right? But this is a big question for them because they feel they, on their own, they are the ones who deserve to be treated in a dignified way throughout their life, but not the other people. That is the problem. So it's a simple thing. They have to understand that human beings will retain a level of equality that should not be denied by any government policy.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonny Onweyeke, for your insight and your huge contribution on Across Borders this morning. You agree with me, it has been very impactful, and I believe our viewers would have been able to pick one or two out of today's conversation. This is Across Borders. I want to say a very big thank you to you for giving us your time to join in this program. And I want to say you send our greetings, our regards to every Africans out there in Germany. And I wish you well in your pursuit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, so it's the end of Across Borders for today. And I want to say that whatever it is you are doing, please remember that home will always be home. Do everything possible to secure your home. Make sure the home is beautiful. Make sure the home is doing great. And even when you go back there, remember that you will still have to return home. Yes, the conversation has been around the hope of Africa. Of course, Africa's part to the global north. And I mean, the message is clear. From left, from right, you heard all of that conversations. That which is best and useful, could you please pick them and make use of them? My name is Grace Komalafe, and until another time I come your way again on Across Borders, I say stay positive, stay informed. Do have a great day. Bye for now.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos. And I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the letter, are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also, there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here. Even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here. The SSG is here. The Attorney General of Plateau State was also here. And also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, population of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as finance and strategy director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the late Alhassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison & Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD, Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know, HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. You know, your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyemika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyemika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, you know. Ms. Aoshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What I want to say. Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is doing next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And But the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together. And we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you'll get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from day to day, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQNews TV. I am Oyin Now let's begin. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria has warned that the proposed 15% import duty on petrol could worsen economic hardship for Nigerians by driving up pump prices. TUC President Festus Osifo said the policy meant to protect local refining would likely push importers to pass added costs to consumers. Despite Nigeria's still importing about 70% of its fuel needs, Osifo urged the government to clarify the scope of the tax and consult stakeholders before implementation, noting that the duty could unfairly benefit operators like the Dangote refinery, which enjoys free trade zone exemptions. He cautioned that without relief measures, the policy expected to raise petrol prices to around 964 naira per litre could heighten inflation and further strain household incomes. Now, the Nigerian Railway Corporation has unveiled plans to transition its entire rail network to electric-powered trains within 5 years under its Vision 25-10-20 framework. Managing Director Dr. Kayode Okpeifa announced this at the 7th National Transport Conference in the Federal Capital Territory, noting that the plan aims to optimize rail asset within 2 years, switch to electric traction by year 5, and expand the network to 60,000 kilometers in 20 years. Okpeifa added that the federal government will soon launch a national railway development roadmap to enhance connectivity across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The initiative will integrate electric trains into both passengers and freight services to reduce road congestion and promote cleaner, more efficient transport nationwide. And now the Nigerian Senate has passed the Sexual Harassment of Students Prevention and Prohibition Bill 2025, prescribing up to 14 years imprisonment for educators found guilty of sexually harassing students in tertiary institutions, sponsored by Deputy Senate Leader Oyelola Ashiru. The bill aims to safeguard students from coercion, abuse, and exploitation by lecturers seeking academic or personal favors while reinforcing ethical standards in academic environments. Under the bill, offenders face up to a minimum of 5 years and a maximum of 14 years in prison without the option of a fine. It also empowers students to file civil suits for breach of duty and outlines clear penalties for unwanted advances, touching, and sexual gestures. Lawmakers said the bill would strengthen accountability in tertiary institutions and protect human dignity, addressing widespread reports of sexual misconduct across Nigeria's campuses. And now Malaysia's central bank has maintained its key interest rates at 2.75%, showing confidence in the country's ability to sustain economic growth despite global trade pressures and recent tariff challenges. The decision reflects the bank's view that the current policy stance remains appropriate to support economic activity while maintaining price stability. The bank noted that Malaysia's economy continues to expand steadily, driven by private consumption and stable inflation. It added that domestic growth remains resilient compared to regional economies that have introduced rate cuts, signaling optimism in Malaysia's capacity to navigate global uncertainties and maintain steady development. And China's export growth is expected to have slowed to 3% in October as global orders ease following months of accelerated shipments to avoid new United States tariffs. Economists said that the rush to front-load goods ahead of the tariff deadlines has waned after recent trade talks between President Donald Trump and President Xi Jinping in South Korea reduced the tensions. The slowdown rather, comes after an 8.3% surge in September, driven by fears of renewed tariff hikes. Analysts noted that the weaker consumer demand, a prolonged property slump, and limited overseas orders have further weighed on trade performance. Imports were projected to grow by 3.2%, down from 7.4% in September, while China's trade surplus is forecast to rise slightly to $95.6 billion. Economists remain divided on whether the partial tariff relaxation agreed by both nations will sustain export momentum in the coming months. Now, thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. I am Oyinpriye Kurumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQNews TV.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQNews Television.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force, and Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore bold ideas, untold stories, and transformative conversations shaping our continent's future. Now, in today's digital era, African media is rapidly evolving, with storytelling emerging as a powerful tool for social impact, economic growth, and cultural preservation. Yet, many content creators struggle with bridging creativity and purpose, often producing materials that entertain but lack transformative value. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I have Amolo Emmanuel. How you doing, Emmanuel?
Very well, thank you. Another interesting day to, do a bit of analysis on how Africa can get better. And I like the fact that now a lot more people are having a conversation as regards Africans telling their own stories by themselves, right? And somebody telling you your own story. Now, the question now becomes, okay, so how do we do it? Because a lot of changes have started happening. I remember we had a veteran actor come here a couple of days back, and he was talking about, the technologies are improving, but the core of the message is in the story itself. So whatever story and technology you want to use, even if it's Tales by Moonlight, as we used to know it just sitting outside, or you want to use digital tech now that everybody's using AI, so long as the substance is in the story itself, Africa needs and should tell its own stories.
Yes, I quite agree with you. We need to start telling you there are a lot of history that has been buried that the new generations are not aware of. We need to talk about the Benin Kingdom. We need to talk about the Sokoto Caliphate. We have so many stories that we need to talk about.
And it does feel like there's an age of enlightenment that we're getting into. So you remember when George Floyd died in America, and then the producers at the time of the Wakanda movie saw the perfect time to sell the black race. And then that was why the movie came out and it became like a movement. Everybody wanted to be doing the Wakanda sign. Everybody wanted to appreciate Africa more. Now, there's an age of enlightenment in Africa where we, like I said, we realize that there's a form of another colonialization that wants to happen. People, the West wants to now come into Africa. You see the potentials that are here. Because we don't see these things, there's a pattern that's coming. They're taking your best brains away, and then they're selling it like grants, or they're giving them whatever it is to come over to their side to come and learn better skills. But then when they learn it, they don't go back to Africa to use these things. But many of us are coming to the realization that the problems that we have are best resolved by ourselves. So if we're telling these stories, and we're saying, okay, now we know that we can not just give back, but be part of the process. We're using different angles. We're using our music. We sold our music around right now.
Yes.
It's competing in almost every major competition or festival that you can think. We're using our movies. And now, we're using stories as well, even the clothing. That's why you see some people they boldly tell you, look, I wouldn't want to wear or dress the way we are. Because it's looking like a comes right. But the thing is, even our Ankara is going abroad. People are asking for it. People are looking for our beads, our cowries, everything that is African. Even the way we speak, foreigners are learning our languages. So you see that this change, this shift is the perfect time to now, tell the stories as it should be. Since we're realizing, what these other means are taking us out there. Let's also use storytelling to do the same thing. And I'm sure our guests today will also help us unpack that thought and how they're going about it.
Yeah, I remember years back when Walt Disney came out with that cartoon that took everybody by storm, The Lion King.
Okay, yes. And even till now, the people have done newer versions of the same story that we're used to. Even the Jungle Boy, that Mowgli, and how a young boy can grow up amongst animals. It's kind of like tells you that they realize that man is nature and man is closer to man. And out of all the whole continent, Africa still holds on to that its connection with nature. And so they've gone industrialization to the point where they are now looking more of machines than humans. So, but we still have that our cultural identity that still keeps us close to nature and our environment, and everybody wants to tap into it. So you don't blame them. So if we can now do our own version of Lion King or Walt Disney and telling our own stories, fantastic. We're already conquering the rest of the world, but we can do more, and of course we'll be taking the steps to do that.
Yeah, taking the steps, definitely. Now, this episode of Just Africa explores how media can become a vehicle for empowerment, inspiration, and sustainable change across communities. We have a guest on standby. We will be bringing her shortly after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Don't forget to like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQNews TV. Now, the topic for today's discussion is storytelling with purpose, media innovation, and creative entrepreneurship in Africa. Our guest is Kolawole Faith, Managing Director of Bright Vision Media. So glad to have you, Kolawole Faith.
Thank you. Good morning.
You're welcome. So, you are the Managing Director of Bright Vision. Can you describe the journey of Bright Vision Media and its evolution over the past 6 years?
The journey of Bright Vision Media over the past 6 years didn't actually started like that smooth, but we were able to just navigate our way through our mistakes we learned, and the lessons we learned made us what we are and who we are today. And we are still evolving. And in the next years to come, I believe we'll be much more better than what we had.
All right, much more better than where you are today. Now,
yes.
Africa's creative industry is worth about billions globally, and yet many creators struggle to make living. What is missing between creative talent and economic value? Let's start.
Can you please come again?
What is missing between creative talent and economic value?
Well, in my perspective, I would say what is missing between creative talent and economic value is that a lot of persons, a lot of people, probably because of funds and the economic challenges, they've kind of pegged their creativity to like move to what is trending and what can actually give them like quick returns and all of that. So from our creativity, we are not really influencing the world anymore through creativity. We are just like going with the flow and following the trend as it goes, even if it doesn't make sense.
So I know a lot of media do different kind of things to tell stories, and then of course we know the media landscape, especially in Africa. We can't say it is saturated. Everybody is literally doing almost the same thing. How do you think, or how do you stand out through your own media? And of course, how do you think others can stand out in telling? Of course, even if it's just telling stories, how can they stand out and be different?
So I'll be like knowing what you want and knowing what you do, being focused. When you create a niche for yourself and you are being focused on that niche and you have a standard you follow. And I would say when you have passion for what you do, you would go through it no matter what it is. And that passion will guide you in getting results.
But I mean, speaking as in terms of strategy, because for example, you say, okay, I want to stick to a particular niche. Are there strategies to stand you out and make you, not essentially doing the same thing? Because even in your niche, there are other people who are playing in that same niche. How do you stand out?
Yeah, that was what I meant by the standard, like the quality of what you do. Okay. There is always something that will differentiate you from others.
Yeah.
When you have a standard, for example, the kind of this standard is as low as the kind of color that you use for your brand, is as low as the kind of voices you use. Is these things they might seem very minute, but they kind of distinguish you from what you do. For example, now we one of our niches is educational videos. We make a lot of educational videos, travel videos, and we were actually one of the first set of people that started this, but now a lot of persons are into it. Yeah. But our brand still stands out, and our colors, the voices we use, we do not just follow the masses. The voices we use, the efforts we put into what we do, the quality of our videos, and we go extra mile in sourcing for our materials, the materials that we use in creating these videos. So as little as these things are, by the time you put them together, they become a whole thing, and they will actually give you that standout.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Faith. So what challenges do African media entrepreneurs face in balancing creativity, commercial viability, and social impact?
Come again, please.
All right, I said, what challenges do media entrepreneurs face in balancing creativity, commercial viability, and social impact?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges African media entrepreneurs face is finding that sweet spot between creativity, making profits, and having impact on the society. And also funding and resources are limited, especially for entrepreneurs. So honestly, entrepreneurs are actually going through a lot. Sometimes they just want to give up. Sometimes they just want to compromise because they've actually invested so much and they are not really getting returns. So, and some of them end up reducing or dropping the quality of their production and their value. So a lot of persons, it is not what they stand for when they started that they still stand for now, because they need to stay afloat. The funds they've actually input into whatever it is they are doing is not coming out. So they need to kind of change so that they can get quick returns. And also, because Africa is so like diverse, it can be so tricky, and permit me to use the word crazy, in creating content that connects with different audiences while still staying reasonable and authentic.
All right, thank you very much. You mentioned something which I would also like to ask. You mentioned funding as one of the challenges. So if I may ask, your own organization, how do you source for funding?
Well, there's been a one-man thing, and I don't know, funding has not really been a problem for us, because I'm the managing director and I have a boss I answer to. My boss works, so he's an entrepreneur, but he works. So we've never really had issues with funding.
I mean, do you have investors, people who you might want to partner with and all that? Basically, I'm not asking where the money. I'm saying, do you have investors? And all
no. Maybe in the nearest future we might consider that, but for now, no.
Okay, so sticking with storytelling, because the no just came so fast. I was like, okay, I like the confidence, but sticking with storytelling here, I do see that we no longer just entertain with the kind of stories that we tell. Just like you said, you guys now do educational books, right? Share experiences where some of the things that you've done have changed maybe behavior or changed perception through the kind of works that you do or you've done.
Well, I would say, I think there was this time we are into, one of our niche is also dealing with tribes, different tribes in Africa.
Okay.
So, yeah, like I said, it's not, we do not do books. I said educational videos. So we go, yeah, videos. So we go so deep into all these cultures that people do not even know that they exist. Okay. There are still some places in Africa that they still do not wear clothes. So when those kind of what's it called, videos are being made, it is being appreciated. We kind of like educate people, and I believe, because we've gotten some comments, I believe that it has enlightened them, and also when they see such people, they won't be like alien to them, and they won't really segregate themselves from them. Probably when they get to, like, if there is any opportunity that comes for them to like mix with those set of people, because they do not wear clothing. Some of them nailing some kind of metal to their ankle is still a kind of fashion in their own tribe, in this kind of in this century that we are. So I think this has changed the behavior and the approach of how some persons or some group of people see these persons, and it has enlightened them that such tribes still exist in Africa.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Kolawole Faith. We'll go on a short break. Please stay on the line, and we'll be right back.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature
SOUQ completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, SOUQ began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. SOUQ's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. SOUQ's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. SOUQ has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, SOUQ became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. SOUQ remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, SOUQ is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses, equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Right here, Amolo and I are still here. And of course, we have Kolawole Faith. Kolawole Faith, so glad to have you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, let's get right into it again. How do you foster innovation with creativity within your team and projects? Give us some examples.
How do
you foster innovation with innovation and creativity within your team and project? If you like, you can also share some examples.
Okay, so creativity and innovation is being fostered in my team by clarity at first, and clarity of what we do, and also we make it like very clear for our team, because by the time we have a lot of persons on board, a lot of time they are confused as per the kind of niche we are in storytelling. So we create a conducive environment for them, an environment whereby they are being heard and being valued, and they're free to like experiment anything, no matter how small it is, without going against what we are known for. I mean, our standard. So this is how we like foster creativity and innovation within our team. Everything they're free to experiment anything so far it makes sense is being welcomed, and so far is in line with the standard. If it is not in line with the standard, then we won't welcome it on board.
All right, thank you very much. So what makes Bright Vision stand out? Bright Vision Media. What makes Bright Vision Media stand out, in a competitive content landscape?
Okay, what makes us to like stand out?
Yes.
One of it is our niche, like I have said earlier, and we are fully owning it. We are not trying to like appeal to everyone, just our target audience. We are focused on our specific audience, and all we are after is their interest. Our contents are built to like, they are built in their own interests and in their values. And this clarity that we stand for has made our voice stronger and our message to be more consistent with them. And also, we actually emphasize authenticity. Our stories reflect real experiences. They are not fictions. They are real, and it's based on emotions. So by the time we combine the creativity and all these data we have actually accumulated and acquired, audiences connect well with us, and this is what we've been using to refine our approach.
And I do appreciate the fact that, I mean, you've discovered your niche and you're pushing through most of what you can in that niche. But then again, let's expand on the thought. We know to run a media house or whichever forms of media, it's capital intensive. Everybody knows that, right? But if you were to advise somebody who is a greenhorn and then, you know, they want to hopefully become big in the media industry, even if it's particularly from one niche, how would you tell them to go about it?
Sorry, could you please rephrase your question?
Simply put, right? Anybody who wants to go into media, even if they want to go through a particular niche, what would you advise them to do?
Well, they should. The first question we will ask them is it really what they want to do? Because they really, really need to be sure. Because there will be a lot of challenges along the way that might actually pull them back. Is it what they want to do? How strong is their passion? If that's because along the way, when everything is falling apart, it is what drives them that will keep them going. So the advice I will give to them is in whatever niche they've picked, the advice is to make use of social media to their best interest. Yes. There are a lot of persons, there are a lot of audiences on social media, and they should take their feedbacks and analysis very, very seriously. They should take it seriously. And also, they should show up every time. Consistency is one key factor that can help them to grow.
And I do know that, I mean, you look like a very young person. Has you been managing a team of creatives in a media house? Because I'm sure anybody who wants to aspire to get to that place, you need to learn one or two things. Has it been managing people, especially creatives? They don't like, they're always restless. Because, I mean, ideas come from the people. How do you manage them?
Well, honestly, it can be very, very crazy at times. It can be very, very crazy. But we end up looking for a way, or let me say, I end up looking for a way to manage them. Because rules are rules. Rules are rules a whole lot of time. So whatever creative and whatever how creative or whatever, however crazy your creativity wants to be and all of that, if you're not ready to play by the rules, then you should be ready to use the backbone. That's just it. Rules are rules.
All right. So, Faith, do you think Africa's creative economy is being taken seriously by leaders and policymakers?
Do I think
Africa's creative economy is being taken seriously by African leaders and policymakers?
Well, looking at the look of things, I am not sure it's being taken seriously. I am
Why do you say
really
so?
not sure. Well, with the way the whole creativity stuff has been, and with the way our economy has been, I'm not sure there is something creative that is really, really coming up, and I'm not sure there is room for younger ones to actually explore and make their way to the top via creative mindset. I'm not sure. With the look of things, I say.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, with the rise of social media, streaming platforms and AI tools, it's really changing the creative landscape. So how do you think, African creators can still innovate without losing, its ownership of content?
They should evolve. As the way the world is evolving, AI is coming up and everything, they should strategically evolve in a way that whatever it is they are doing would keep going with the trend. If not, they would end up being a past tense.
So I do see that there's been a lot of evolution that has happened through the media in Nigeria, in Africa. Right? I do know that we're beginning to use the media to champion different causes. And Africa, let me not say Nigeria, Africa still has a lot to learn and a lot to develop into or become. How do you think the media can help in doing this?
Well, I would say, personally, I would say maybe taking up courses to like evolve. When you're not limited, when your mindset is not limited, and you are actually aspiring to work with the trend reasonably, not just picking on anything, then I believe there is room for growth, and that growth will keep like pushing you till you pick up things, materials that will make you to grow in line with what you're doing, and you still keep your audience and you gain more audience.
Do you do your educational videos in alternate languages so that at least more, because we know Africa does not share just one unique language, as other than English perhaps, but then again, it's not even all around the continent. Do you do your educational videos in different languages?
No, for now it's just English. No.
But don't you think that is limited? Especially when the aim is to, grow to beyond Nigeria.
Yeah, like I said, we are just 6 years and we've gone far. And like I said earlier, I said we are still evolving. So for now, it's just English. I believe maybe months to come, in years to come, there would actually be different translations for the kind of viewers that end up watching the material. Yes.
Oh, perfect. So since you even mentioned the kind of audience, what is your target audience? Because if it's Nigeria, I'll probably have asked you a follow-up question. How many other languages in Nigeria do you reach other than English? But, do you explore that?
Well, target audience is not only Nigeria. Our target audience are mainly UK-based.
Oh, not even Africa as it is.
Yeah, our target audience are mainly UK-based. But we have, because a lot of, even African culture fascinates them.
Essentially you tell African stories to foreigners.
No, not really. Not like we tell stories. We just we make our culture much more clearer. And the fact is, they value what we do not value. What we do fascinates them. The way we our dressing, our culture, our language. They are eager to like get to know those things. It fascinates them. It's like they devote their time into watching those materials than a lot of Africans, a lot of blacks. So our target audience are mainly UK based. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Kolawole Faith. So how do your projects address community needs, inspire audiences or encourage behavioral change?
Sorry, please, could you come again?
I said, how do your project, the projects you've done in the past, how do they address community needs, inspire audiences, or encourage behavioral change?
Well, I think you've asked this question the other time or something similar. how it encourages behavioral change is that when, like I said, what we are based on is about culture, about places and all of that, which is educational to some persons that have never been there. And so they get to like know a lot more about these places, about these cultures, even without being there. So by the time they end up being there, they would relate well enough with the kind of people they find there. And also, they won't.
I think we're having problems with her network. If you can get her back, so
perhaps. Well, I do know that she addressed the fact that there's a lacuna already in the space of media telling African stories. She highlighted that fact that without I asked her, do you recognize that different languages in Africa as it is? And then she says, well, we're only doing our own in English. I'm like, that's already a problem. Africa has, even Nigeria alone has over 200 languages.
Yes.
Even though some are dying off. Now imagine the entire continent, and you're doing only your content in English. When there are people who are even French speaking, there are those who speak Portuguese, Spanish. And in my head, I'm like, oh, no, that's already, she already highlighted there's a gap that needs to be filled. Yes. And I do hope that more media houses, well, we'll try our best, but more media houses recognize these things. Because if you want to reach the entire continent and get us to develop as it is, it will be maybe a fool's chase to
I think we have her back. Let's have Faith language back. Faith, welcome back. Continue with your thoughts.
So I
Can you hear us?
said, yes, I can hear you. So I said, like I said earlier, that our audiences, they are UK based, and also in what we deal with culture, places, and all of that. So it helps the kind of persons watching this kind our content, our materials, that when they meet them, when they meet those people, there won't be any form of segregation. Rather, they would like relate with them differently because they've learned about them. So this is how our content enhance behavioral change, because probably they are viewing them in a kind of way that is really, really unhealthy before. By the time they go through these things and they end up finding themselves there, probably via vacation, via tourism or whatever, they'll be able to like relate well with them, and they will know these people they are humans too, the way they are. It is just the diversity in culture that separates them.
All right, Faith, you kept mentioning that your audiences are in the United Kingdom. Is that where you plan to focus? What about Africa? Or are you focusing on Africans in the diaspora? Can you please explain the demographic of your audience?
Okay, Africans in the diaspora, then the whites, like UK, the people in the United Kingdom too. The thing is that what we do, Africans do not appreciate what they have. So a lot of persons will not even take their time to like sit down and watch this content. That's one fact, because we get to see the analysis of the persons or the people that are engaged in those contents. So we do not really value their analysis. We've concluded that we do not, the analytics rather, we've concluded that we do not really value what we have. So other persons value it more. And the Africans in diaspora, because they've been really away from home for a whole lot of time.
Faith, sorry to cut you short. I'm trying for us to get somewhere. Now, you said Africans don't value what they have. Why do you think that is? Is it because of lack of originality? Is it that there's no substance in what African creators are churning out? Why is there so much Why are they not really interested in, why are we not interested in what makes us Africans? Who we are?
Well, honestly speaking, it's not really something I myself understand. Maybe I'll just be like, we've lost our originality to ourselves, and we can't really see ourselves, and maybe we are seeking validation from other people, because maybe it is what they say that now validates us. Maybe because a whole lot of time, for example, now, I don't know if you're Yoruba, for example, now, a lot of Yoruba persons, aside the older people, a lot of Yoruba persons do not even watch Yoruba movies. I don't know if you've noticed that. They do not. Whatever it is that is ours is really, a lot of time, is really being cherished by other persons. So probably we've lost our originality, or we've lost our validation, that we are now seeking it from elsewhere, or probably there are some underlying problems that needs to be solved. Probably some dysfunctionalities of being an African, especially of being in Nigeria. Maybe I really do not know.
All right. So in rounding off, what advice would you give us aspiring media, entrepreneurs, aiming to combine purpose with profit?
Well, what I would say is being original, staying true to what you want, then combining creativity with impact. You do not really have to compete before you are being heard. You do not really need to compete before you are being heard. Your voice will stand out for itself so far there is originality in it, to stand out for itself, and it will make way for itself. Clarity, originality, mixed with creativity will definitely impact.
All right, thank you very much, Kolawole Faith, for your insight, and thank you for joining Just Africa.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay, yes.
Interesting topic.
We, like we were saying before she came back, we're highlighting that obvious gap that hopefully maybe a new media person who's aspiring to get in, you've learned the challenges that you likely might face, but we've established that there's a gap in terms of communication and, of course, interpreting the challenges that Africa has, or even the culture itself that Africa as a continent has. Because there's a uniqueness that ties us together, but that uniqueness needs to now be explained in individual languages. Because, look, reference to the Bible, people would probably know the story of the Tower of Babel. What was the easiest way to disintegrate the people? Give them different languages. Yes. The easiest ways. Now, Africa is already complicated as it is. If, for example, a country as Nigeria alone has over 200, imagine what the entire continent now has to face. I think South Africa has official languages of about 7, or I might be mistaken, but it's not just one. Nigeria policy, the official language is 1. South Africa alone has official languages. And you already know the complication that comes with that. Then you can imagine the over 54 countries that we have in Africa having the same challenge of language. And then you want to now pass a unifying message, and you don't recognize that you have to do that in these languages. Maybe it is deliberate, or maybe it is the way it is designed. But it's looking at me, like telling myself now, like, I want to change Africa. I want to change the perception of people to us. I need to first recognize our differences. Yes. I'm not saying, oh, these differences is so big that we cannot surmount. I'm saying recognize it first. Then you can now speak that language and then try to find the solution to whatever problem that you're trying to fix.
Yes, quite well said. So this is where we will stop for the first segment. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll begin our second guest. Stay tuned. It's Just Africa.
Known as the father of African literature,
Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and a magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile.
Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Benden Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Welcome to Cash Craft, the show that turns your skills and ideas into serious income. Whether you're just getting started or you're already in the business, we'll bring you practical tips, fresh opportunities, and real stories to help you grow, literally and financially. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we are digging into horticulture, a vibrant green world where beauty meets business. Ask me why horticulture, and I will give you a mind-blowing answer. So here is it. Horticulture isn't just about flowers. It's food, income, wellness, and sustainability rolled into one. From fresh fruits to ornamental plants, it boosts nutrition, urban design, environmental health, and jobs. With climate concerns rising and food needs increasing, horticulture is fast becoming the new oil. But where is the cash? Let's break it down. 7 green paths to profit, and I take it from 1. Plant nursery. Raise and sell seedlings, ornamental trees, herbs, shrubs. From balcony plants to estate palms, people pay to green their spaces. And 2, landscaping. Design and maintain outdoor spaces for homes, estates, offices. Think aesthetics plus recurring contracts. And 3, garden maintenance. Offer pruning, pest control, soil treatment, and seasonal cleanups, a steady side hustle for trained hands. And we move to 4, horticultural farming. Now, grow fruits, veggies, flowers, or herbs. Go organic, go premium. Target hotels, health stores, and home markets. And we move to 5, consulting. Breed new plants, varieties, advise firms, or supply rare seeds. If you're skilled, your knowledge becomes a product. And we move to 6, product marketing. Sell fertilizers, potting soils, seeds, tools, and even ready-to-use grow kits. Offline or online, green goods move. Tip number 7, training or education. You can host workshops, classes, or start a YouTube channel. Gardeners, enthusiasts, and students are hungry to learn. Now, whichever paths you choose, Start with research. Visit local horticulture centers. Understand what grows in your region. Learn from experts. Your first harvest may not bring millions, but with time, this business roots deep. Remember, success in horticulture isn't only about soil, it's about strategy. So here is your takeaways. An award choking on stress, pollution, and processed food. Green is gold. Horticulture is low entry, high potential, and if done right, it fits both the body and the bank account. So, what number are you reaching for on our list of 7? All right, that's it for today on Cashcraft. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, helping you plant ideas that pay right here on Cashcraft.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on 2 pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and a strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from Thiebondien, the beloved rice and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight, and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Goré's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Djoudj Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and Dakar's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okulu, SOUQNews TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We have been discussing storytelling with a purpose, you know, how media innovation and creative entrepreneurship in Africa. It's quite, yeah, and we had Kolawole Faith, Managing Director of Bright Vision, to discuss some of the challenges, you know, facing the creative economy, which she also tried to find some, you know, solutions.
Balance, yes. Like I said earlier, I like the fact that she highlighted that funding was a major problem for, you know, creatives and storytellers, as it were. Even though in their own company they found a way around it to help out. But if it's a major thing, I think I know some grants do exist, right? But maybe it's the access to it that becomes maybe the next challenge. There's a challenge to fix a challenge, right? But then again, if there are grants, easily accessible grants that can help creatives turn their ideas to realities, perhaps we'll get better stories. Because I can, like I said, I don't really imagine the Wakanda movie itself. You can already imagine how many dollars that they needed to impute to get that quality. And then if somebody wants to now tell stories again from the African perspective, and then you wanted to meet a certain standard for maybe cinema viewing, because I know there was one time, sorry to mention, please don't be on me, Netflix will tell you there's a particular standard of cameras that you need to use for your movies to be able to fit into their own platform. So you usually see it's even capital intensive to be able to push these kind of stories. But then again, this is Africa, right? And our uniqueness kind of like stands us out in its own place. We grew up listening to Tales by Moonlight, even the ones that they were showing us then on the National Television Authority, NTA. It just looked like one old age camera. It's just standing somewhere, and then what's his name again? This Baba that used to tell the stories. His name just came off my head. Okay, you probably know him. He's
for Storyland.
Yeah.
Jimmy Sholanke.
Jimmy Sholanke. That was the name. I'm so sorry. Please bear with me. When he comes, he gathers kids and then he tells them the stories. You would see those of us who were watching. We were so like addicted to. We didn't even care if you were using. What is it, 4K cameras they call it these days, or whatever digital? We just wanted to hear the stories, right? And that's what identifies us as Africans. We passed down morals, values from these stories that were told. We didn't care the means or the medium. We just wanted to hear the story. And because it stood us out, some will say it kept us laid back in terms of technology, but at the end of the day, our values and our morals were up. Now, it looked like because we want to get technology, the moral side is now falling. And then you as a policy person, you now begin to think, which one do you want me to uphold? Do you want me to increase technology standards while the moral part of the storytelling is dropping, or push more of this other narrative while this one, when it meets, it meets?
You know, there's a whole lot that is involved, because sometimes it got to a point when I started watching Nigerian movies, you could almost predict.
Yes.
And I think that's discouraged a whole lot of people.
Yes.
That why is it that you have this predictable end? It's not all stories that should, in my own perspective, end well. Some stories might end badly to teach us certain lessons.
Yes, I agree. There's this, while we're doing literature, it was called, there's comedy, and then there's, what do they even call these other ones when it's because it's sad ending?
If you take certain films that have been done abroad, not to mention a few like Game of Thrones, the way it ended, people were not really satisfied.
Yes.
But the beauty about that film was the fact that it did not end the way people wanted it to end.
Tragedy was what I was looking for.
You know,
so there's some that comedy, there's some that tragedy, there's some that just normal epic that just gives you adventure, and then there's some that are fantasy. The idea is you can tell stories different ways, and so long as the message you want to pass is passed, how you end it doesn't really have to be, as we call it in local parlance, act or no they die. Those they always die. No, it doesn't have to be like that. You know, at some point, even for example in Nigeria, in Nollywood, at some point all we were just doing was promoting ritual killings or he does either want somebody from the village will do something to somebody in a town. And then at some point, we started asking ourselves, is this all that happens in Africa? Because anybody who is from outside the continent that picks it up, is this how primitive people are? Is this all people think about? Is all juju? as I want to call it. But I like the fact that there are no better stories that are told about the places. I mean, even if you want to go back in time to tell stories from way back where, like the Eleshi, there's one that was recently done that you can see the traditional Yoruba culture still inside Eleshi Oba. Was one
Okay.
of the, they did a movie around that same time that was reflecting something like that. And then you see this infusion of culture in storytelling, in movies, and then you're depicting everything as it used to be then. So that somebody who is from the 21st century and then maybe in the 2000s watching a movie that can tell you what happened in the 1960s, in the 70s, you have this sense of, oh, I didn't just appear, I came from something. You have a background, you have a history, you are tied to the earth in some kind of way. It gives you this sense of, oh, patriotism, nationalism. Oh yes, I am something. You're not somebody who, if something just happens to you today, you're just dead and forgotten. No, you're part of a system, and I like that. I'm sure that's one thing that other continents, as it were, try to emulate from the African scene or the African adventure. Because the truth of the matter is, if for nothing, we might look like, I think it was Sir Chris that mentioned, he doesn't like the fact that they call us the third world country. No. We are, even though we look like we're laid back, but it is who we are and it's our identity. We are still growing at our own pace. Everybody's growing at a different pace, but we are growing at our own pace and we're cool with it. The truth is, if we become, I'm looking for Switzerland today, for example, you would see that apart from the fact that our identity would have been lost, a lot of us would not be able to fit in into that kind of society. So we are just going at our own pace, and I mean, we'll get there when we'll get there.
Another issue that was raised was funding. Now, I have always been suggesting that if we could have maybe 2 or 3 big producers in the movie industry, the Funke Akindele, maybe the Afolions, and maybe the Abudu, come together, create something like Hollywood, whereby, or Warner Brothers Studios, massive land, acquire a big, massive land, transform it into a studio whereby you can recreate any scene.
Would it be different from the film village that Afolayan already has? Because I know that. I know he already has a film village.
So we need more of that. Yeah. On a grand scale, whereby you could create a whole community, a whole village.
Yes.
In that place.
I agree 100%. We need more because I know they already exist, but I know they need more because there's another actor that has something similar to somewhere in Ogun State. Like I said, I like the fact that many of them are already thinking, that direction, owning a large space of land, and all you do there is just different movies, shoot different scenes. You don't have to. That one takes care of things, logistics. It takes care of what do you used to call this? Is it landscape or sceneries?
Security.
Yeah,
takes care of that.
Takes care of that. So it kind of like, yes, the initial project will cost you money to acquire land and all that, but once it is set up, you'll see your operating costs reduces because most of the things that you probably need to go to places to, you don't have to do that anymore. You can cook in there. You don't have to probably go to get food. And of course, if you need to get maybe cameramen and all that, they're all living in that same village. So it does agree. But what we should be canvassing for is perhaps, I don't know if they exist, but perhaps if they do, maybe we need more, is grants for this kind of projects. So they will tell you, okay, maybe I'm a bank, and I'll tell you if you want to do this, we might give you the funding, but then again, we might share profits in a certain kind of way, so that in the long run, it's like a project that we have done. Sometimes when them do these things, and after a while, you just say, okay, you know what, it's a project, just go ahead and manage it. But it's investment, it's a business. Some financial institutions can take it up and say, okay, you know what, I'm going to put, because there are even angel investors that say, okay, I just like the vision, let me put your money into it. But some of them are like that. Let's do a back kind of arrangement. I'll give you the funding to set up a village, and then when money starts to rake in, we'll now share profits. It's doable. Many of the people do it outside the country. Like you hear somebody set up a business, and in less than 2-3 years, say you have sold it. I'll be like, yeah, because it says since I can create one, I can create more. I just rather go and create more, sell this one, take the profit from it, so I don't have to go take a loan and then set up another business. Since I already have the idea of how to create this one, I create more. And then the cycle continues. That's how they create wealth. And we should find that kind of model.
Yes, the reason why I was suggesting this so that young creators with little or no capital can still have that access to that capital-intensive project, whereby, I do not really have much. I can partner. I already have a space. I already have the studios on the ground. I can partner with certain people. And it also creates jobs for people. The extras you want, the camera people and all that, the cinematographers, even the extra act here and there and all that. It creates that. Even
the community within, around the village that you want to create. There's this economic value that it adds because there's a cycle that it now creates. Oh, of course, I know I can sell some of these things in that village. I can just maybe stay around it and provide some of the services that they need. It's something that we can do. So like I said, money being a problem is almost in almost everything that you want.
And also about creativity. I know sometimes producers have often been criticized that they don't do their research. I remember there was a time one of the PPR came out to, they even said that producers who want to go into film should first seek some form of, knowledge or permission, because the way the police force is always expressed in some movies, it's almost as if that's what is happening, but they don't really do their investigations well. So it's research. Sometimes some stories might take 2 years abroad, takes 2 to 3 years. Why? Because they do a whole lot of research. If you watch Lion King, there are so many things you will learn from Lion King. You learn about lions and how they behave and what they do. So, and all that was depicted in that cartoon to give you a proper picture. So I think it also deals with research. Certain movies, you might have to go into villages, you might have to look for some scholars to give you in-depth information. Not just about the story, but what happened around the era of that particular story. Certain events would have happened, and you might need to infuse it into it to make it beautiful.
Well, in that aspect, you probably still say Africa is growing or developing. We'll get there, but then again, if we shouldn't get lost in the moment where we say, okay, because we want to get to Hollywood standard, we should now do something in the interim. I agree with you. The research can be going on while we're still churning out what we do, because the truth is, some will say we do plays, we don't do movies. But then again, there's still something to be learned in that play as we want to depict it. Then again, we're looking at using storytelling to help culture and all that. The truth is, your culture is your culture. If you guys say you want the white man to come and tell you your own story, if he does not research you truly, he might not depict the right thing. But then again, if Africans are telling African stories, tell African stories as an African in Africa, not because you want to go and use a certain standard that is out foreign, and then you are telling an African story that you did not even be a part of. You're now losing some of the identity. And if it becomes a norm, right, that way you have carved out some kind of culture or some kind of practice that you're saying, oh, no, the identity here is lost. Even the message you're passing. Because you can't be telling an African story like a white man. If, as an African, you want to tell an African story, and not telling it as a white man, you're losing the substance and the identity that movie or that story needs to carry.
Imagine telling a story of how the killing of twins was stopped. A beautiful story.
By a white woman, let's be honest, by a white woman, because the ways we were doing it was just normal. But when you want to tell that story, would you rather tell that story, even though it was a white woman that did it, Mary Slessor, would you want to tell that story from a white man perspective looking in, or an African who is in it? I mean, the guess is as good as mind you, a viewer. How would you want to tell that story? You want to tell it as somebody who, first of all, we were used to killing twins, right? You give us a bit of background. We used to killing twins. Somebody now came and advised us. We obviously did not immediately accepted it. Then when we now saw, okay, this is what it is, educated ourselves, enlightened ourselves, this person now helped us, and then we now go to this place, and now don't do that anymore. And then somebody comes and tells you this other version, oh, a white person came to a place and they were killing twins, and then she just spoke to them, they did a lot there, and then they stopped killing twins. Which of the two stories would you want to listen to? I mean, which one do you think is going to be sweeter?
The former.
When you tell them?
The former, definitely. Yeah. I think this is where we will draw the curtains on Just Africa today. Many thanks to Kola Wale Faith, who was our guest on Just Africa today. Remember, follow us, like, comment, and share on our YouTube page. I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Emmanuel Amolo. Of course, do stay with us. The news will come up again at 3 o'clock. And of course, see us tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes, for another episode of Just Africa.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the Kingdom in the Sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQNews TV.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. and that's content. And you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us. Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. We know in the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. You know, a young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality, hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them, you know. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs. And, and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the, the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So there's, and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module. You have the restaurant and bar modules. You have the accounting module, the inventory module. You know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You are building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you have reserved the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, there's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? There's what you call, MasterCard, or, floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain, maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. You know? And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, you know, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with, you know, with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't, you know, don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, you know, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, you know, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they'll lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, I mean, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, you know. Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you know, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You know, you maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. You know, let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. You know, in my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up. I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand, you know. Simple, you know, steps of creating a brand, you know. I mean, I made reference to such owners as accidental owners, you know. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, you know, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, you know. Yes, it depends. I just gave a practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, I mean, their due diligence. No, definitely, you know, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, it's value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, we talk of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September. You know, it's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, You have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions, Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert. Another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. Will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who'll be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. The government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, and until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, owners should look at, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, hospitality is going. We talk about sustainability, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. Those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. A brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry,